More or less. All right, we'll just wait for Rio to come up to speed and we'll go. Alistair, you sound to be, or you look to be having a rough time there. Nice yacht.
It's yeah, it's really difficult. I guess next break I'll have to jump onto the boat and go for a ride around the canal, and then maybe break after that I'll go skydiving, then head out to the beach. Yeah. It's gonna be a hard week.
Well, before we start with the topics, Alistair, have you thought of any new kinds of worms you want to add to the schedule for today?
They'll come up as we have the discussion.
I was afraid that would be the case. Okay.
Hi everyone.
Hello. Different perspective today. I see. Good.
I just want to say that I'm around, but yeah, as I said in ISC, I'm also currently trying to tend to my nose. So yeah.
Okay. So has everyone had a look at the proposed topics list in case anyone wants to add their names to more proposals? Anyone has a specific idea what they want to do first? If not, we can just go in the order we have them here, I think. So the first issue we have here is by Lucifer, making alerts useful and less spammy. You want to introduce that? Okay, I see that they're getting muted and unmuted, so maybe they're testing something. Let's give them a moment.
Have we started? No?
We're starting now, yeah. We haven't started yet.
Okay, good. Hi.
Karthik, you around? Okay, maybe let's give them a tiny bit of time to come up. So we could start by, I see that there is a 5-minute task here by Ivan. Localization workshop, scheduling a translathon. Ivan, do you want to introduce that?
Okay. So I changed the title because we didn't prepare for doing the full workshop, and we need more announcements to get people from different languages to take part into it. But we discussed it with Monkey 2 weeks ago when I was in Barcelona, and the idea was to introduce the new tools for translation, which are going to be weblet, which is not fully set up right now, but we can already start with the Picard documentation, which has set up for weblet. And it's not the only tool to use. We also have to organize the translator community to keep track of glossaries and convention for translating the projects in the same language. So I would like to see if there are people wanting to take part into it as a translator, as anything else. We should have Philip with us because he's the one administrating the weblet setup. But I think we can schedule for such a translator in next spring, in February or March, maybe. So I see there was CatQuest and Zaz being interested into it, at least.
Yes, yes, yes.
So do you think it would be okay to do it in the spring so we can have time to make announcements and have more people around? The idea is to have a live just like that and discover the tools first and explain how to work with many people on the same translation, because you have to
So
refer to glossaries. Yeah.
So I would suggest that we should try to have the tools for at least a month or so before we do the actual big event, so that we can play with them a bit. And actually, so we are not learning everything on the spot. But other than that, the idea seems pretty good to me. I would really like to look into this, and I would really, I mean, I expect. I have no problem trying to write some things in Spanish to try to find some people who want to work into the Spanish translation. I'm sure some other community members will be happy to do the same for their own languages. But yeah, like I really feel we need to have at least tested the thing a little bit before we go into it. Because if we're inviting like community, I mean, if we only do it as a small team, then it's not a problem. But if we want to like promote it and invite people and be like, we're having an introduction, come play with us in the translations, then we really should be able to show them like this is how it works. But other than that, I really like the idea.
So how I see it, it will be 3 phases. First, opening a topic on community to gather people, see who would be voluntary for such language, and have an evening at least to introduce the tools, a live event like that, and the translaton will be 1 week or 2 weeks after that. So in 1 week or 2 weeks, people have time to try on their own and find more issues, and we could resolve them during the main event. So if there is any other proposal or comment,
Good idea.
appreciated.
Good idea.
I think it's like one thing I wanted to ask is like, I haven't been following very closely. So what's the current state of Webblade? Like, have we tried it already? Can we start by like hooking one project up to it or something and see how that works? Or what is the current situation?
Because so there is Picard website documentation on it only.
Oh, okay, cool. So we're already trying it for that. Okay. Can you share the link in IRC so we can take a look too?
I also want to say that like 1,000 years ago, Music Bottle was also using Webblade, but that was like a very that was not the Webblade of today. That was like, I don't know, how long ago was that? 10 years ago or something? That was a long time ago.
Not that much, but yeah, maybe 8, 7, a long time anyway. Kat, you want to say something?
No, I wanted to say hello to Lucifer, that's all.
Oh, okay, cool.
Hello.
So do we have any more comments or discussions for this? I mean, like, I think everyone is more or less happy to see the end of trans effects anyway. So like, it's so like if Weblate is better, which from all I've heard it seems better, like I think that it makes a lot of sense to go with what Ivan proposed. So unless anyone has anything against this, I think we can. I mean, we can try to decide on the exact dates, for example, on the next team meeting or something. But like the general idea seems good. And like the general aim for like February or March also seems good to me. I think that gives us enough time to prepare. Anyone against that? Okay, then Ivan, can you bring this up again in the next meeting, and we can give it proper dates, if that's okay?
Yep. Okay,
Okay.
I will do this for the next meeting then. And I did post the link to the translation project on IRC.
Okay, 1 second. So is Lucifer around and able to present now? I understand, yes.
Yeah, I'm available.
Okay. So can you take on making alerts useful and less spammy?
Sure. So as we all know, we have two types of alerts, one on Telegram, which are linked to Grafana, and the other is Sentry, which emails. So both are kind of spammy, work kind of spammy. Just assume the Telegram ones recently, but I think it's a temporary measure. And for Sentry, we used to have the alerts when we were on the old instance. We did not migrate the alerts to the new one. So I don't think anyone is getting mails from Sentry right now. At least I haven't got any in the last couple of days. So I don't think having no alerts is useful, but having too much also reduces the chances that we are going to look at it seriously. So thoughts on how to tune it and improve the situation?
Is this ties in with Rob's comment also from just before the summer about people ignoring Telegram messages and sort of deciding how can we make them more actionable, or reduce the ones that don't actually need anyone to do anything to them.
One of the things that I requested, but it's sort of been not responded to or dismissed out of hand, is taking some of these alerts and breaking them into two categories, or more than two categories, where at least one of them is like something critical is happening, somebody needs to look at it right now, right? And there's a bunch of other things like, well, there's some things happening, there's like disk latency or this or that, something happening. It's like, this could be impacting services, but it's not really worthy for getting out of bed. That's kind of what I'd like to see. And because right now it's too spammy, I just turned off all the notifications on Telegram. And that's exactly the opposite of what we want to have happen. So we definitely need to do something if we want the whole team to be on point for helping with this.
So personally, to me, the notifications which are useful are the ones that say our website is inaccessible, so cannot get to ListenBrainz. And perhaps I'd go as far to say as no other alert is useful to me. I know there are ones about load and temperature on servers and things like that, which we occasionally get a handful of. I guess perhaps queues getting large are useful ones as well. But for example, from my perspective, I can't action a high temperature or high load, well, unless it's turn off that process, that long running process that I was running, but that happens very, very rarely.
I pretty much agree, because there's a lot of things where there's a process running is doing data dumps and it's affecting the disk latency. Yep, that's to be expected, right? So, but there's no need for me to, on a twice weekly basis be bombarded with these latency issues. So that just makes me turn off the notifications.
Yes.
Are you suggesting we separate channels for different kind of alerts? For example, we speak about different things here. There's sentry alerts on one side. There's alerts from iOS. There's alerts from Grafana or the different metric system I'm using now. And all this is for now shared by almost everyone, and it seems to be the start of a problem. So what we could do is, I think the more practical way to access alert is via instant messaging like Telegram or whatever, Signal or whatever. Mail is not that useful for alerts anyway because it's not as dynamic. So for now, the setup we have basically use one channel for all the alerts, and everything is arriving there, and anyone who subscribe to this channel has all alerts. So we could split start to split alerts by project, for example, having ListenBrainz related alert going on one channel and CPU temperature, things like that, to another channel. Okay, does it make sense?
Yeah, I think that's a great start. At least for starters, you know that this project is having an issue, rather than. For me, I know a couple of the servers' names, and the rest are, something's happening somewhere, and there's no way for me to know which one, or if it's something that I should be looking at, or if it's something that I should be prodding someone who knows better to look at. And I think a separate group or project is definitely helpful for that.
So I would agree with that. I think we should make a critical channel. And then break out the host not available, service not available. Service not available being like, a website of ours is down or a computer is down. And the RabbitMQ channel growth. I mean, those are things that are like directly actionable for me. And it might be for others as well. But I don't want to remove any of the other alerts in the channel that we have now, because sometimes it'll be really useful to, okay, it's 4 in the morning. I just got woke up by alerts. I want to go look at things. I know this service is down, and then I want to look at the other services and alerts because they will likely give me the clues to what I need to look at first. So let's not get rid of anything, but let's make a critical one. And pretty much the entire team should be on the critical one, and ideally not silencing. Where's the other one that could be silenced? Maybe it's just, Pizzazz to watch more closely, but that would make me pretty happy.
Yeah, I seem to remember that Michael has done some work recently, for example, to make MusicBrainz alerts specifically less spammy, especially when we're releasing a server, which usually causes otherwise a lot of slowness that automatically gets triggered. It starts triggering the alerts. I don't know if other services are also having issues like this that could be also solved in a way that at least when we expect that there's going to be errors, we can try to avoid that triggering the alert.
In terms of the Sentry alerts, which are the other ones that Kartik mentioned, since we added in this monitoring to make Sentry inform us every time a service stops, we do get lots of alerts during deployment through that channel, which is certainly something that we should talk about trying to improve as well.
Yes.
Yes, I think a part of the problem is also having different source for alerts. At the moment, we have like perhaps 5, 6 different source, and we have no way to route properly all those alerts to the right channel or right person or whatever. So we need to find a tool to do that, to have to gather all the alerts from the different systems we have and to redispatch them to the proper channels. So if anyone has ideas about that, or should we develop our own tools to do that? I don't know yet.
Do you mean different sources? You mean like the different sources coming in from that are now being sent to Telegram, but also things like Sentry?
Yeah, the thing is we have alerts from metric systems, monitoring systems, Sentry software sometimes too, and possibly more in the future. So I think we need to gather all those alerts at some point and redispatch them according to settings we could define altogether. So I think we lack this part. For now, those notifications are quite active. Some are going through mail, from different bots. We have this whole ecosystem is a bit chaotic, if you ask me. We need to perhaps rethink a bit the whole thing to have something. Everyone is okay to say that's very needed, but we need to start to clean all this stuff which was built over the years and is still sometimes a bit hacky. So we could make a small team to work on that at some point. Perhaps the best.
So do people feel the ideas are actionable from here? Do people have more problems with the situation that haven't been discussed?
I think the action for now lies with Zaz to investigate this. So Zaz, why don't you come back around after doing some investigation of how this can be improved and share it with us so that we can discuss like, if this makes sense or it's too much work or can we pay for the service or something like that. How's that sound, Zaz?
Was it a question for me or I didn't listen?
Yes.
But your microphone isn't that great, so.
I was saying that can you take the lead on this and investigate this and then go back to us as to how we should improve this?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, then we should move on.
1 second, Kartik wanted to say something. Is it still relevant?
Yeah. So this was about the Telegram ones, and Erastor mentioned that we also get the Sentry alerts on startup. But there are also times when a bug occurs, Sentry usually sends a mail within 5 minutes of it. It batches all the past bug reports and send the new ones after every 5 minutes. Currently, those are disabled. In the old instance, those were enabled. Do we want to enable them? I think those are useful, but they can get a bit too much in number. For example, earlier today, a user in IRC reported a bug which Rob fixed. So I checked Sentry, and it has occurred in the past 2-3 days, many times. So if the Sentry alerts were enabled, we would have already discovered the bug 3 days ago and might have already been fixed by now. So, but those are currently disabled. Should we enable them?
I say yes. I think getting email reports about crashes are good. The sort of second part of that, I think we definitely have to do something about the startup project that has given us enough visibility into what's happening, but we should work out ways to stop that from sending messages as often. But I think the emails from Sentry are good. Personally, I don't think we need to redirect those through Telegram or something. I think email is the right place to keep them.
Yeah, I think emails are right. We can increase the batch frequency. See, like it will send one email within an hour containing all the past bug reports.
That's insensible, maybe. No.
I think something shorter is not bad.
Yeah, that Sentry makes it configurable. It's easy to do from the UI itself.
Yeah, like somewhere between 5 and 15 minutes might be the sweet spot.
Yeah, that sounds good. Another thing to follow up on this, I think we all should look through Sentry occasionally. Whenever we get them, we should definitely go through and see if there are bug reports which are occurring continuously and have not been fixed. Maybe once a week or whenever we get time.
The nice thing, sorry Rio for jumping in. The nice thing that we should look into is the Jira integration as well, because you can open Jira tickets from Sentry. So you say this is a new thing. Sentry's got a whole bunch of stuff that, like, if you close a Jira ticket, it should mark it as closed in Sentry. And then if you make a new release of the project and it happens again, it will mark it as a regression. So there's some sort of nice usability stuff. Like if we say pay attention a little bit more to the sort of interactions between those projects, perhaps we can use them to our advantage.
So about that, I always say that we do, at least in MusicBrainz, sometimes get tickets added from there. I think mostly Ivan is dealing with that. So in case you want to ask about that, I think Ivan might be the right person to ask. I did want to say also that I wanted to ask how it works right now. Like, if you keep hitting the same error, do you get spammed with the same email? Okay, then it seems sensible to have the email set up for possibly even all projects, really, if it's all different errors only. I mean, if the thing is working well, I expect we won't get that many. And if we start getting a lot, then it's probably a good reason to go and check quick anyway. So. And
I mean, Kartik made Sentry a lot quieter by fixing a bunch of bugs. Like that's sort of that's the way to make Sentry stop annoying you, is to fix all the problems that it reports.
Oh, that's totally doing it the wrong way. Totally the wrong way.
Regarding this, the new Sentry instance also has a feature for performance monitoring. Recently, we have deployed that on ListenBrainz beta and test. We are planning to do that on a production as well soon. It might be useful for other projects to also look into it. It can provide visibility into why a page load is slow, for which database query is taking time, so on.
So do I understand correctly that the results of this topic are basically SAS will look into how to make the Telegram channels better organized and more appropriate to have the alerts that we need at specific points and in specific channels, and that we have decided that we should look more into using Sentry more and try to get more integration and try to actually re-enable emails and get emails when things error. Am I missing anything important? Alastair, are you taking notes again?
I am.
I'm gonna take silence as, oh, okay.
Thanks, Nico, because I'm not, but let me open that up now.
Rob, by the way, when are you planning to have your lunch break for the day? I will hear you better if you have your microphone on.
I'm ready for a vacation. That's what I'm saying. I brought some food, whatever. Ask Monkey.
Monkey?
I don't know. When does everyone want to take a break? I could do, I don't know, maybe an hour? from now have passed.
For topics, depending on how long they take, the next topic takes, and then have a food break, then I would suggest. Okay.
Yep.
So let's see what else is there. So the next issue is recovering product at a disaster, which has scarily little people who are interested in the topic, given how scary it sounds. So maybe we should look into it anyway right now, if Kartik is okay with this.
Sorry, I wasn't hearing.
Okay, I see the next topic in the list right now is recovering product at a disaster, which is also yours. I like that you are sending as many topics for the summit as you're sending pull requests. Good job. So are you okay with looking into this?
Yeah, sure. So we had discussed this topic briefly in a team meeting a couple of months ago. This was before we upgraded the William server to Aretha. Basically, the gist of the topic is that what happens if if our database goes, a production database goes away, or a service goes down completely. How do we bring it back up again? At that time, we had discussed that maybe the database is the most important part. There might be other parts in bringing the servers back up, but those are comparatively easy or simpler to do. Regarding the database part, we had discussed with Bitmap that we should set up the PG varman for backing up LB's database. So I think today's topic is to discuss that how do we do it? Should we do it for other projects also, like AcousticBrainz and CriticBrainz, BookBrainz maybe? And is there anything else we missed? Do we have a concrete plan in place, say like a document that if tomorrow, let's say, Hetzner falls and we have to start up in a new data center or something, how can we bring up back our services?
Where I'm thinking specifically about ListenBrainz. We make private dumps, is that right? But those only happen every 15 days. I certainly think that the user's database should get a Barman backup if that doesn't already exist. CriticBrainz as well, if that doesn't already exist.
I think the user's database gets backed up every 15 days, but the listens database is not. Yeah, the time scale lives on Gaga, and that is not backed up at all. We only have public dumps for that, according to my knowledge.
But of course, the potential issue with that is the ListenBrainz database, the timescale database is big. I mean, bigger than MusicBrainz ? So
yeah, I think it was around 400 gigabytes last time. And AcousticBrainz database is even bigger.
Right. AcousticBrainz, we have tentative plans to move that to files instead of database, so the database will shrink significantly. But yeah, for me, I think it's sort of an open question about if we do want to have sort of a complete full backup of the listens, and how regularly do like a database level backup rather than a file level backup, and if so, how frequently do we make that? Does that require another server, like a dedicated Gaga backup? ?
We are in, the thing is, we are backupping, for example, main MusicBrainz database using Barman, I think Bitmap could say more about it, but it's a great way to have incremental database backup, which we are following quite well the change in the database. So the main problem with dumps in general is that it take a lot of time to produce and things like that. So the way Postgres is working with this is absolutely great. So perhaps Bitmap can tell more about how do we use Barman at the moment.
And maybe what is Barman for those of us who don't know?
Yeah, it's a basically a database backup system. It's developed by the same people who made Rep Manager, which is what we use to manage replication between Floyd and Pink. And it lets you configure like how often do you want to make a backup of the database cluster, how many backups should it keep concurrently, and it manages like auto deleting like outdated backups and such. But I believe it allows you to manage multiple clusters across different servers. So we could add another configuration file that connects to wherever the ListenBrainz database is hosted. Because I think there should be more than enough space on Aretha right now to, if the database is 400 gigabytes, there should be enough space for that.
Well, so ListenBrainz has two databases, one which is on Pink and Floyd, which are the users, and a bunch of private data. And then the listens itself are on Gaga, but that's timescale, so it's Postgres as well. So if we think that there's enough space on Aretha to back up that, then that sounds great to me.
So one of the things I kind of wanted to maybe step back just a little bit and actually make more of a general policy about how we should be doing things. So, we did just add what a pain in the ass it was to get much more disk space on Aretha, and that was done with the express purpose of getting Barman, for all databases, with the exception of two databases, and that would be AcousticBrainz and Gaga's full listens database. So let's leave those two out for now. But is there anything, Zaz, that speaks against us doing Barman backups of all Postgres databases?
I think it will be great to do that. There's no reason we can't. It's more about storage and things like that, and I think we can handle that for now. So it's just about configuration. We have already Barman instance, we have storage space, machines are connected on the same network. So I see nothing preventing us to do that.
Okay, then I'd like to see us do that, because that basically takes care of the large chunks of it. Can you drive the process to do that? And when there are specific things that need to be done by a particular project, contact the project lead and have them either do the job or delegate the job. Is that okay?
Well, regarding the way we can do that, I think Bitmap is perhaps we'll work together on that, so we can set up and perhaps find the common patterns over all the projects and make this happen for all Postgres database. We have something which is great. We have the consult services, so we can know where and what are the Postgres SQL instance we have on the network. So we could probably automate all these things. So yeah, we'll have a look.
Okay, great. Thank you both, Bitmap and Zaz. So that I think takes care of the most prominent things. In the other things, such as all of our containers and all of our code, all that lives in Git. So as far as I understand, by and large, if we like a meteorite were to hit Falkenstein, then we would have to basically like start from scratch, get a bunch of new servers everywhere else, and but like check everything out of Git, check all of the databases out of restore them from Barman, which is here in Barcelona, right here in the office, as the backup server and so forth. So that covers all of those aspects. Alistair is already planning on moving all of the heavy data for AcousticBrainz onto disk. Once that happens, Alistair, please coordinate with Zaz in order to make sure that that gets backed up, and then add AcousticBrainz to Barman. Done? AcousticBrainz, right? Okay.
The only other thing I wanted to comment about files. I don't know how many other projects have files that need to be backed up. So to take an example from AcousticBrainz, a dataset model. If you train a model, that's a file that's stored on file system. So backups, of course, that just happens with backups to the MetaBrainz office. So that's fine, I guess.
Yep.
I just wanted to add that in case anyone else has a project that stores files on disk somewhere. Just double check that you have backups for those files as well.
Very good point. Sorry, let's get to ListenBrainz. Quick question for Zaz/Bitmap. Is it possible to say, I want a database backed up using Barman for everything except these tables?
I am not confident. I think there's a way to restrict which schemas are backed up.
Schema is okay too, because playlists are in a different schema.
Right, but I'm thinking most of the tables that we have in the ListenBrainz server right now, and the list on Gaga with all the timescale stuff. The only table that really presents real problems that for doing a Barman backup, in my opinion, is probably the listens table, which is giant. All the other tables that we have there, playlists and BID mapping and so forth, the mapping, worst case, could be recomputed, but it would be really nice if it could be in Barman, so we wouldn't have to recompute it. But that sort of depends on. So maybe, Alistair, one thing that we ought to do is when you're reworking or when you pick up the project to rework the user ID issue, maybe what we should do is at the same time split tables and put them into schemas, which is something that we should have done on the hack day in the first place.
Playlists are in a separate schema, so I don't know about the mapping.
Okay, so is public considered to be a concrete schema in case of Barman?
I think public has no special. Public is not special to Postgres. It's just a name.
Right. I'm specifically asking in context of Barman. Is public considered to be one of the schemas?
I would say yes, but I actually wouldn't count on the fact that it actually lets you restrict which schemas are backed up, because I think it's primarily meant for backing up an entire cluster.
Okay.
And I'm not even sure it would make sense to be able to restore like a partial backup like that.
So it kind of sounds like we can't actually back up a timescale unless we have enough disk space for everything. Okay.
Right.
How can we determine if we have enough disk space? Because, I mean, it would be the easiest if we could shove absolutely everything into Barman, right? Just recognizing that the listen table right now isn't growing a lot, but it could, right? And what ramifications does that have for Aretha? What ramifications does that have to our backup server here in Barcelona? Oh, Zaz? can I plug this task on your plate to help, or Zaz and Bitmap again, I guess, to try and ascertain the best way forward on this? Because I mean, the only other thing that we've got, and that's kind of the philosophy that we've been following for a long time because we've been resource constrained, is that basically, like, okay, all of these things, we just do data dumps, we push them out to the FTP site or a private backup archive, and should we have a failure, we'll lose a day or 2 or 3 of data, and that's it. That's the best effort that we can do. I think we'll give Mills past that we can do better, given that we have money for more hosting. So if Zaz says I need another 200 euros a month for disk space, fine. That seems like a wise thing to do. I just don't know how to move forward from this. So if you two could have a look at and give me ideas to the recommended path forward and what resources you might need, then we can make decisions if we can actually make that happen.
Yeah, that's fine for me. Barman is working with write-ahead logs, so basically the fact the database is big or not, it's saved once. Then it's mostly upgrade to the data, change over time which are stored. So Barman is very efficient at storing PostgreSQL data. So I think it's not much an issue, but we still have a problem. Perhaps we need to think about ListenBrainz and all those projects and how they store the data. Perhaps it's time to think about sharding, load balancing, splitting tables. I don't know, but from the backup point of view, I don't think we have any issue with. We have enough resources to do that anyway.
Okay. So then please investigate to make sure that us backing up all the databases safe for AcousticBrainz, which has a plan, to see if that's possible to do. That would be really good if we could do that. It really solves a lot of our problems. Do we need more disaster backup plans short of, I mean, we have everything Git, we're backing up individual files, and we're backing up databases. What else is necessary to be happy about a disaster recovery plan?
Testing disaster recovery, because whatever we do, we back up, but are we able to restore the data at the right time, right place? How much time do we need? In practice, I think we should have some session of simulator crash and see what happens from hardware, software, human point of view. Because after all that, that's what we need.
Sounds like a lot of work you made for yourself right there. Yeah, I mean, we need to do that, right? We need to, I suppose, like get a virtual machine for some limited amount of time and at least test one backup. Let's say MusicBrainz because it's the most important one, and so we can restore our MusicBrainz database out of Barman backups. Because if we can't do that, it's all pointless. Okay, I'll plug that on your plate, Zaz, to take care of as well, because that's really your domain. Or you would say that. You guys. Sorry, but yeah. Is this topic then sufficiently addressed? Have we plugged enough work onto Zaz and Bitmap's plates?
I wanted to quickly ask, like, have we ever had a situation where we've tested this at all for MusicBrainz so far, Michael?
I've restored a Barman backup before. I believe it was for the test database on Aretha, but I didn't try it with the production database.
Sure. Well, but at least we've tried something, so we know it's not completely useless, so that's a start. But sure, we should do better tests than that, okay. So I think we're done with this topic then.
One thing that that we don't have out of this is the document, the procedure to follow in case of disaster. How do we proceed with the discovery? Who's involved and how to go about it? I guess.
That sounds like a fair point.
Are you suggesting we need a disaster recovery plan that's more than just panic?
So is this something that can be documented while you, at least for the barman part of the things, can you document this while you're testing it? So at least we have something. And I mean, after that, we probably need to look at the human side of it as well. But, you know, at least we would have something then.
Or perhaps at least make a ticket for the documentation sprint.
Yeah, so maybe like if the test happens before the documentation sprint, try to document that already, and then we can improve it during the sprint. And if not, then we can try to do it all at once and have fun seeing everything explode, I guess. Okay, so I think we probably have time for one more, at least. So we have MetaBrainz wide pull request review policy. Rob thinks we should have a consolidated PR review policy.
Right.
So,
so I'm not entirely certain that this is necessary, but I wanted to bring it up because I recently learned that ListenBrainz, that MusicBrainz had a review policy up until recently of needing to have two set of eyes, two reviews on each PR, regardless of the severity of the potential screw-ups of a PR. I was kind of surprised by that because I feel that that's a significant hurdle to team productivity and will just sort of get things stuck. I think very informally inside the ListenBrainz project, we've been following more or less a process of if something is has very high oh shit potential, we'll get two people to review it. Most things are one review. And then some things that are trivial things like making a one-line version change to a Docker system config just so that you can push a new container, we push them straight out to master. So there's a tiered informal PR review policy that we're following with an eye of trying not to have too many backups, but at the same time really ensuring that if there's a high potential for a screw up, that we actually have two sets of eyes on something. I would like to hear thoughts on should we standardize? One, what do you guys think about this policy? Should we standardize on the policy? And perhaps also is MusicBrainz more or less in line with that? Maybe somebody share to me one of the current policies for MusicBrainz, please.
So what we have been doing recently in MusicBrainz is we have a meeting for the team every 2 weeks or so. We pick around 20 PRs that we want to review, and for those 20 PRs, we try to get all the eyes on them. So normally we merge with 2 reviews. If some of them seem simple enough and it's time to release beta and we only have 1 review, then we confirm and just release as it is. And if something happens which is kind of a regression or something that comes outside of that, but it's a simple enough fix, then we have sometimes also merge those with 1 review. That works most of the time. Of course, that can have a problem if, for example, one of the team members is away or on holiday or whatever, then we would probably be defaulting again to 1 review for most stuff unless it's dangerous. I don't know if Michael, Ivan have other.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable with if somebody's on vacation, we adapt our policies, but if they're around, we use these policies. That sounds flimsy and waiting for disaster. How many times could you actually point to something bad happening? So, something at least a significant bug that impacted the site that was a result of having only 1 peer review on a PR. How many times does that happen for you guys?
Michael, Ivan?
I would say even when we have 2 reviews, it happens. We have critical bugs like the data leak we had last year had the 2 reviews. So it's not a guarantee of bugs, but I would say there is a difference between ListenBrainz and MusicBrainz in that we don't have the same user base, and there is a significant more requirement for stability, I would say, on the behavior of the websites for editing. And
yeah, I think that's a very good point. But at the same time, I'd like to remind all of us that, you know, let's not get backed up on too many things that might be trivial. And the bottom line is, we're not a bank. We're not an atomic power plant.
Yeah.
We're not a airline, right?
So,
like if some of this public metadata isn't available for a few minutes or one, I mean, obviously things that could take the entire site, all of our sites down, Facebook style, like that's a bad idea. Let's not do that, right? But you know, if there's like one page that's giving an error and there's a few people that are inconvenienced by this because we didn't do enough reviews because we're like moving things along, it's like, is that really the end of the world?
now, just to answer your initial question, many times with the two reviews process, we find bugs the other reviewer didn't see. So it proved at least to be effective, even if it's not always critical bugs.
Michael and Sas?
I would share
Michael was waiting.
Oh, sorry.
That's right. I just wanted to say I do agree we have a high criteria for stability, but in my experience, I think 90% of pull requests are fine with just one review. And if someone opens a pull request, I think it should probably be the discretion of the author if they want more than one review, unless someone else specifically requests that they want to review it too.
I like that idea. What if we just sort of make the policy that by default, all PRs require one review, unless the person that's opening the PR then states clearly in the PR that either, you know, this is a trivial fix, it's not reviewed in a week, I'll merge and close, or say like, oh my God, this could go so badly wrong, we need 3 reviews on this, right? And then the number of reviewers is stated by the person, or if somebody else on the team actually says like, you know what, Rob, you completely fucked that one up as per usual. This could take all of our sites down. It's not a 0, but it's a 3 instead. How does that sound?
I wanted to ask one thing quickly. Does that involve only team pull requests?
Sorry, per team?
No, does that involve also pull requests from volunteers and like scattershot pull requests, or is this specifically about team pull requests?
Probably better for teams, right?
Okay.
I think a team member, when there's a pull request that comes in from a community member who's not a part of our team, that team member should then say, this is the pull request policy on this particular thing.
Sas, then Kartik, then Alastair, I think.
So I would like to share the experience we have with Picard and the way we work with pull requests at the moment. Basically, each pull request is going through 1, 2, or 3 reviews, hardly more because we are too few reviewers. But usually, what happens is reviewing is not only about validating something. It's also about improving a patch. And what I see is, for example, when someone is pushing some patch, reviewing allows us to start a discussion about the best way to do things, and the code is improved about this process. So for me, in a team, everyone knows if this patch is probably very dangerous for the stability of the project, so we need more review, or this patch is a trivial one. Okay, but we sometimes commit directly in master on Picard when that's very trivial patch like one-liner or just a typo fix or something like that. and we have sometimes very long discussion with a lot of people commenting, reviewing the patch, and it all depends on what you do. So I don't think a general policy could work.
Okay, that's an interesting perspective. I think Picard is also, as I've said in the IRC just now, a bit of a special case because all of our websites, if something gets stuffed up, we just do another release, right? We do this very frequently. That's the benefit of having things under our control. But if you're doing a build that then has to get pushed out to get from the FTP side, people have to download and so forth. That obviously is a very different sort of set of criteria. So I think Picard should just continue doing the review process that you guys have. But I would very much invite MusicBrainz to try this approach of actually having a team member state how many reviews should be done for one. Because I'm really trying to avoid these blanket pileups. We need 2 reviews on a trivial change. I think that usually leads to frustration, and ideally we should avoid that. So can we try that, please? And if that doesn't work, then let's pull this back around. Wow, I guess there's a lot of objections to this. 4 hands, good one.
I'm gonna let Ivan answer to this first, because it's specifically about MusicBrainz, if that's okay.
Yeah, we already said we will do only 1 review for trivial patch. This is already something we changed.
Okay, so I'm okay with trying specifically saying I think this needs X reviews when I'm putting the patch out in any case. I don't know about Michael, Ivan.
I am definitely fine with that approach. I think the author should state how many reviews they want, and if another team member feels it should have more, they can self-request a review.
I think possibly even the first reviewer, if they disagree, they can also just request a second review, and I think that should also be okay if they feel that it's actually more complicated than the first person thought. But I think that in general, the approach makes okay, so I think we have more or less an idea about MusicBrainz. Karthik was next.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Rob said, that we have already been doing this in ListenBrainz for some time now. Whenever I open a PR, so Rob or Alastair usually reviews, and if I want another review, I ask the other person specifically to do it as well.
Agreed, and that's sort of the dynamic that we've been having around PRs has been really quite good. And so I kind of wanted to bring this up and see if we can harmonize a little bit and not get stuck on doing too many reviews.
That's exactly what I was going to say as well. What Karthik said. Like
okay,
I do this. If I touch some JavaScript stuff, I'll tag Monkey specifically to ask for it. If I know that someone's got expertise in an area. Just out of curiosity, when one of the MusicBrainz people was saying, oh yeah, every week we pick off about 20 pull requests and decide which ones we're going to review. Just realize that you have 60 something pull requests open at a time. Yeah, I mean, but I guess in ListenBrainz we have that from time to time as well, right? Like every 2, 3, 4 weeks, we might say, hey, we think we've got too many pull requests, and we go through and we try and get them closed up.
So just for clarification, also, there's a bit of a backlog with MusicBrainz ones because of Ivan was kind of away for a while and whatnot, and I also I've opened a lot of small fixes, so a lot of those pull requests are reasonably small.
Yeah, just a comment, let's say. Just interesting to see that was the case.
Oh, Monkey?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a note and propose another project, in which case that's also got a different process, because on BookBrainz, there's no one to review my PRs. So it's just me reviewing my own PRs, which is a little ridiculous. It kind of works. I get in the process of doing a PR review and not coding. I usually give myself a few days in between the two. And I do catch some issues, but it's definitely not the same as having another person look at your code and go like, oh, this could be improved. This doesn't seem like it's going to work, and etc. Maybe with more people doing front-end code and doing JavaScript nowadays, I could start asking to cross-pollinate and to ask for extra eyes on, especially on stuff that's again more potential for dangerous stuff or bad metadata entries and etc. So that's something that I'll try to keep in mind to come out and ask.
So I just want to say that I am okay with taking a look over like JavaScript things and at least be like, you know, okay, I get what this is what's going on here, or this seems complicated and I'm gonna run it by Michael or by Ivan for a second opinion if they have the time. So I think that would make sense. I mean, like I can try to be the first point of contact if you want, or like you can also tag like, I don't know what Michael and Ivan feel, whether they have time to take a look at the, I think once we are a bit out of our backlog of pull requests in MusicBrainz as well, then we will also have more time for all our reviewers to take more looks at your stuff. Right now, because most of the pull requests are mine, I'm the one who is doing less reviewing, so I can at least try to help. And I wanted to ask one thing, which is, I mean, it's a minor thing, but that I did notice that for some reason, I cannot request reviews from Fresso on GitHub. And sometimes for MusicBrainz, and sometimes when I'm specifically writing, for example, admin tools for Fresso, then it would be really nice to be able to tag him. So if someone knows how to fix that, I don't know if he's not in some specific team in GitHub or if there's an issue with that, it would be really nice to fix that.
He probably just needs to be made a committer.
Yeah, that's the case.
Ivan, can you maybe look into that?
Okay, we'll do.
Okay, Akshat?
Yeah, I was going to say that I think with the pull request, we should even like make the changes to the doc on the go. Like we should only approve a PR if it has the relevant changes in the doc as well. So like recently we worked on Hue Sound, so we don't have any docs for it as of now, but we'll anyway merge the PR, I would say. So before doing that, I think we should make sure that we do add it to the docs about what's it about, and if someone wants to have a look at it next time, what steps do they want to take for it. So this can be an extra step, but I think it can be fruitful for us.
Should we put this in the GitHub commit template maybe? Maybe projects could do that if they, you know, feel that this is something that they want to do, and then they'll just toss it in there. You know, so they could just delete the entire GitHub template and say, like, you know, as it says on the tin.
So one thing I will say about that is that we've talked for a long time about possibly moving docs to GitHub in the first place. I mean, other projects might have it, MusicBrainz does not right now. I don't know exactly how ListenBrainz docs work, whether you have them in the same repo or if it's a completely separate setup for you right now.
Yeah, our docs are in the GitHub repo, but they are published in the user readable form and read the docs.
Sure. I mean, that makes it's just like then it's easier to be like, well, the PR is missing the doc update, so I'm not going to approve this, right? Like in our case, for example, right now it's more like, well, you have to be like, well, I want to go and check the wiki and see if the wiki has been updated in the specific place, etc., etc. I mean, I think especially for projects that already have the docs in GitHub, it makes total sense to request updating the docs at the same time as you update the functionality as part of the pull request. For other projects, you could just have it in the template and hope that people read it, although I will admit that I do the same as Rob and I just delete the template and write my own thing. So I'm not sure how useful that is, but better than nothing, maybe.
Yeah, we were discussing that some time ago, that we should put it in the GitHub template, check a sort of checklist for the reviewer. like are there tests or maybe docs or maybe something else that needs to be looked at. We didn't implement it, but we were discussing that maybe we should do it now.
Was that what you wanted to say in general, Kartik, or do you have anything else?
No, that's
okay. So anyone has any extra comments about this? Any issues they see with ADS?
I'm happy. I think we've discussed it and shared, some approaches. And if somebody feels like something is not working, please raise it in the future development meeting. But I think we should be ready to close this and move on.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, everyone.
Guideline for PythonBrainz. Is this something that we are ready to talk now, or do people want to order some pizzas or whatever pause you're gonna have for lunch? Or I wouldn't mind a 5-minute break at least to be able to actually order food for later.
Same.
That sounds good. Let's do that. 5-minute break.
Okay, let's do that. So let's reconvene at 20 past the hour or 25 at most. Thanks. Just give everyone a couple of minutes to reconvene.
And for him to read all my junk.
Okay, is everyone more or less around? I see Rob is back. Is the rest of the office people again here?
Is my mic on?
Okay, I see Monkey's a chair.
Hello, you too.
So I guess Monkey is not back.
He does have Bluetooth headset on, so I think he turned the camera on to indicate that he is in fact here.
Oh, okay. So in that case, I think we might be ready to go for code formatting guideline for PythonBrainz. Is Sas around?
Doubt it says I'm away, so that's probably like smoke break or something like that.
Okay, then let's. I mean, Sas is kind of needed for most things here next, so let's wait for him if that's okay. Or how?
I mean, this is for the PythonBrainz project, so this is mostly not for him.
Okay, yeah, so he was Marcus interested, but he can always watch the video later then, or read the minutes if that's needed. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Picard might be different, but this is mostly about acoustic brain, critique brain, ListenBrainz, MetaBrainz. So this is sort of a continuation of a conversation that Alistair and I kicked off some time ago and said we ought to have like a style guideline. We now have Peppy 8 speaks or whatever that basically annoys us if we don't match the Pep 8 formatting style guidelines. And we wanted to do something. So I forget exactly what was on the list of things to do. I guess my perspective is we just need to decide what line length we want and then Pep 8 and be done. Alistair, how do you feel?
Yeah, I have come around in the last few years to just saying, yeah, get a tool, run a tool over it, just take whatever the tool says as gospel and make everyone do it, full stop.
Then I guess this motion carried. 130 characters, 132 characters for the column length.
Yeah, longish, but not too long. I mean, not 78, but yeah, 130 sounds reasonable. I mean, we do have a limit set in the Squeak configuration file.
What is it?
Let me look. 130.
130. Okay. So then everybody, all the PythonBrainz committers, let's run AutoPep 8 with line length of 130 before committing, and we should be done. But sometimes this doesn't quite add up because I could do AutoPep 8 and then Peppy still squeaks about it. So
that's So we should fix that and basically make Peppy not squeak on anything that AutoPep 8 does.
Is this something you'd be willing to take on since you've already did the squeaky? Okay.
Yep. I mean, alternatively, we could turn squeaky off if we know that everyone's running AutoPip8 anyway. So. Sorry, can't hear you.
I think it's a good reminder that we, also for other people coming in and idiots like me, that we should have that. So let's keep it.
So one thing that ListenBrainz does for JavaScript is that it, because we have a build process for TypeScript to JavaScript, it'll also reformat sort of as it's compiling the code. It reformats it, so you basically don't even have to run any command because it happens all in the background. I guess that's a little bit less easy for Vim because Vim's going to complain that files change in the background instead of automatically reloading it. But I was going to comment, Monkey had some ideas about making things automatically happen on pull request or by a bot in a pull request. Do we want to think about automating it at that point, or do we think we should have editor IDE integration to run it instead?
There's commit hooks that you can have in your repository. So in your package.json, you'll have on commit run this. So run the auto formatter, which I think is the least intrusive way to push this automatically.
I'm a little wary of commit hooks that change code, because like the first thing I do git add, and I add all things exactly how I want them added, and then I do commit, and then it does something else. I think perhaps, well, personally, I think editor save hooks fit in better with the way that I would like to work, which maybe we could come up with, PyCharm, Vim, VS Code example hooks.
I guess they're a little less, a little harder to apply because it has to be set up by the user. Whereas other options like having a formatter bot add a commit in a PR that says, hey, I reformatted your stuff, here's a separate commit. It is automated and applies to everything all the time to everyone.
Rio, any comments?
Well, I actually wanted to speak about something different, but actually I have a comment on this, which is that I have seen, at least with JavaScript and ESLint, I have seen plenty of situations where even something that's actually an autofix introduces other issues. So I would really suggest to always run the checks locally. And I mean, what we have is basically, for example, is an automated ESLint check in our testing setup. So if there are errors that are not supposed to be there, it will error, and just the editor, like the user will know to just go and fix it. If you can automate that via your ID or something, then maybe that's cool. I don't know. I mean, for us, it hasn't been much of a problem, I think, to just fix it locally. But I guess it depends on how you feel about revisiting the PRs. But like I agree with Alistair. I would really be very wary of something that changes the code, especially after it's been reviewed. Of course, if there's anything on merge, then that's horrible. Please don't. If there's anything on PR, like putting out the PR, then at least it can be reviewed at the same time. That's not as bad, but ideally I would say, like do it locally.
I think what I'm hearing is that we should not do any automated code formatting. We should keep our Pepinator, the Pep8 squeaks. But if anybody else wants to do automatic code formatting, let people go set that up on their own dev environment as per their own needs. Any objections to that summary before we take Rio and Lucifer's questions? All right, Rio. Then
Kartik, I'll let Kartik start because I expect it's an answer to what you just said.
Yeah, so we already have like a command in develop.sh for the JavaScript fix to fix it. We can also have one from running Puppet. See, like develop.sh format, it reformats your Python code to conform with Puppet. The of course, the editor has to run it manually.
I don't think I quite caught that. Are you suggesting we should do the automatic formatting?
No, I am suggesting we add a command to our develop script. The user runs it and it formats the code.
I like that idea a lot. A lot.
Yeah, we already have that for our JavaScript code. We can add it for Python too.
Let's do that.
So do we have an agreement for Python situations then? So I was actually wondering, how do other projects do their SQL? Like, does ListenBrainz use a norm? Do you do direct queries? How are you doing?
That's a really great follow-up. I assume based on the work that you've been doing for a SQL style guide.
Yes.
Yes. I am nominally in favor of applying your SQL style guide to all of the manually written SQL in ListenBrainz.
I mean, I really would like actual eyes from everyone in other projects into that first, but I mean, I think it would make sense to have like, because SQL is basically the only thing all of our projects pretty much share. It would make sense to have a generalized SQL guideline for it. I'm not sure how doable it is to find the good linters and automatic formatting tools. We took a look and it doesn't seem to be anywhere near as good as it is for like something like JavaScript, especially for cases like our use in MusicBrainz, which has a lot of embedded SQL. So we are not talking about SQL files, but yes, SQL sections inside Perl or whatever. So it's pretty hard to even automatically test for that. And I assume that it's not going to get super perfect all the time, but I think if we can have a more or less a goal to aspire to, then that might be a good idea. Like we have actually said.
I think a style guideline is sufficient. I really hate to have something muck about my SQL code. Some of my queries get really hairy that it's been doing for the mapping and so forth, and I prefer to map those on my own. I'm happy to follow the style guideline though. Is there a way or something that we should do in order to document these style sort of things? Like, do we need style.md and in the repositories that basically say what we're doing or something like that?
We talked about. Sorry, Kartik.
I think we already have one. Let me see if I can find it.
At the very least, we had this large discussion yesterday about onboarding documentation for new developers. And so that's a great place to put it as well.
Okay, Kartik, let's maybe finish this topic, and then we'll see if there's a style guideline document already, and if not, you and I can collaborate in creating one. But any other comments on this?
I wanted to mention, like, if we plan to have shared documents, where would the style document live? Like, if we have the same style for all the PythonBrainz or all the SQL style for all the projects or whatever, do we have a place where this can live that is available to everyone? Because this wiki is team only, so volunteers will not be able to see it.
We have a repository for that. I just linked it in ISC.
We have a guidelines repository.
Thanks, Pedro. That was the one I was looking for.
I find it slightly funny that only one of us remembered this repository, that it exists. That to me is a sign that we're doing it wrong. And I think it might be really smarter to actually say and integrate the style components into each repository that it applies to, because that's, I think, going to be more findable than, oh, we have to remember this one. At the very least, we should link.
Yeah, I was gonna say we should, if we are gonna have it there, then it makes sense to link to the specific, to the global repository from each specific repository's documentation. But I think it makes sense to have it only in one place, because otherwise it's gonna run out of sync pretty fast. Just like make sure we have the links.
Okay, then let's do that. So every project that is, let's just add this link from every repository to that repository so that people know what the style guideline is. Okay, done. I think it's time to move on. Thank you.
Okay, so how are people feeling brain powered wise? We have Replication with DB Mirror 2 by Michael next. I don't know how technical that's going to be. Are we going to be able to follow along? Is everyone still awake?
So we have just ordered food. It's taken a little bit longer than usual, but I think they'll probably be ready for us to pick it up soon. So I guess from the Barcelona perspective, the break might be nice.
Okay, then let's have a break. Then let's have, this seems to be the last fully technical topic, because ListenBrainz player in other Brainz websites is at least partially non-technical, I expect as well. So let's, one thing while you're on the break, I would really be happy if people could think about any non-technical topics. I mean, any technical topics that come up as well, of course, but we have been very hardcore on technical topics right now. If there is anything that people think that we maybe should talk about the more user-oriented, feature-oriented like side of our projects, that would be a good moment to put it in the document. And other than that, let's have a break. I don't know, how long do people think? Let me check when my pizza is arriving. Half an hour, so it's gonna be late anyway, so it doesn't matter then. Rob, you're off.
First I was suggesting 30 minutes after the hour, so like 45 minutes from now. I'm not sure if we need quite that much time. I don't know, let's play it by ear.
I mean, I think that's honestly okay. I mean, it would be nice for me as well, because my food is taking almost half an hour to come. So at least that gives me some time to eat off camera. We can do that. 45 minutes then or so. Okay.
Thank you for the bergamot.
So we have Michael coming in with the DB Mirror 2. I understand this is like DB Mirror 1 is as old as MusicBrainz itself almost, so this is probably an interesting thing to update. So Michael, are you sleep deprived? Is your sleep deprivation going to let you speak?
Yes, I will be able to manage, but thank you for your concern. Bear with me while I figure out how to share my screen. I do have slides for this.
Okay, so as far as I can tell, this is the last full topic that is completely code-centered. So if any people who are getting bored with the code approach, we are getting there. We are getting to the interesting parts for you guys. Anyone who is only here for the code, well, bad luck.
All right, yell at me if you can't see this, but it appears to be working. All right, so hello everybody.
Sorry, Michael, did you make a presentation? Because we can only see the editor.
You can only see the editor.
You haven't started presenting.
It's not full screen.
It's not showing us the presentation itself. Yes.
I did start the slideshow.
We can't see this. We can't see the slideshow.
Oh,
Do
no.
it again.
How about now?
Nope. I think it's.
We're seeing the other screen.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you only sharing the app instead of your screen?
I think you should either share desktop or you should start the presentation and then specifically share like the presentation window.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize it would be a separate one. 1 second. I'll just share my desktop to simplify things.
Yeah, that's why I fell in that trap yesterday too.
Okay. How's that?
That's more like it.
Perfect. All right. Hello, everybody. I'd like to show you something I've been working on recently. It's called DB Mirror 2, and it aims to replace something that much older that we currently use called DB Mirror. I'll give some quick technical background on what DB Mirror is first, and then explain why I came about writing this project. So right now, DB Mirror is the Postgres function or extension that we use to build the live data feed. The live data feed is the hourly replication packets we serve on MetaBrainz.org, and these let people keep their mirror servers in sync with the live database. So it's a Postgres function that simply logs all database changes to some tables. And what we do is dump those tables hourly, and that's what we ship as replication packets. The code itself is around 20 years old and written in something like 800 lines of C, which I don't mean to say that it's old and crusty, more to its credit that it's served us for such a long time. At the same time, that doesn't come for free because it has regularly broken for the past 4 or 5 major Postgres upgrades, and that's not fun. We are also, I believe, the only people who still use it. The original project does not exist anymore that I can see, most likely because Postgres has logical replication built in nowadays, and our use case of shipping changes behind an API key is probably quite niche. So we're keeping it on life support, basically, just to keep MusicBrainz running, which is fine because if something works, then it works, but I'll get into more of the issues with it soon. Just to show you how you'd use DB Mirror, there are a couple steps. You compile and install the C function. It's named record change. And to actually record the changes, we create an after row trigger on every table that we want logged. And it looks like this. The after keyword is important because with before triggers, you can't be sure that you have the final version of the row unless it's the last trigger to execute. And notice in the trigger creation, we pass the argument verbose to the record change function. That isn't so important to mention, but it basically just means that it logs foreign key data alongside the primary keys. Here is what the changes actually look like once they're logged. The technical details of each column aren't too important here, but you can see we have an insertion operation. We know what table it's for and what data is to be inserted. We also know the transaction ID, so we can apply statements in the transactions in the same way on mirrors. Updates are slightly different. We actually push 2 rows to the pending data table for updates. One with the key values before the row is changed, and one with the actual updated row data. We need the previous key data, of course, because you can change the primary key of the row in an update. So mirror servers would need the old keys to know which row to update. The main thing I want to point out with updates is that outside of the key data, it's not actually possible to tell which values were updated. We only have the previous primary keys, and if the verbose setting was enabled, the previous foreign keys, but we don't have the entire old version of the row. And so if, say, the name of an entity was changed, we'd have no idea if that was the case without looking up the current row data before every operation is applied. And that's even impossible to do if you're using the packets outside of the context of a mirror server. Now I'll start getting into some of the issues present in dbMirror. The first involves an event that happened in June 2017, where replication suddenly broke. People with mirror servers would have been greeted with this friendly error message about a unique constraint violation, and we were basically stuck with people yelling at us until we did something. So we were luckily able to work around this in MusicBrainz server with just code, but it did reveal a more fundamental issue in dbMirror. And the issue I discovered after debugging was how dbMirror works in combination with cascading triggers. So a cascading trigger is when you have a trigger function execute, which modifies the database, and then that modification causes another trigger function to execute. So let's say we have these 2 artist aliases in the database, both for different artists, and both set as primary for the English locale. And we have this function which says, if we update an alias and it's marked as primary, make sure there aren't already any aliases already marked as primary for the same artist and locale. If there are, we set primary to false on those other ones so that we avoid a constraint violation. Makes sense so far? Now let's look at what happens when we merge the 2 artists these aliases are for into a third artist. So we perform an update where we set the artist column to the new artist, in this case ID 10. And we let the trigger function from the previous slide avoid any constraint violation due to duplicate primary locales for the other artists. But let's look at how these operations get logged by dbMirror. Because once we update that second row to the new artist, the unique primary for locale function triggers a cascading update. And this is the first operation to be logged by dbMirror. just based on the natural order that Postgres runs triggers in. Now look at the pending data that gets logged for this first change. At this point in the execution for the statement, the Yanni alias was already updated to the new artist. So notice that the old key data here already points to the new artist 10. But this is backwards when you compare it to the next record change event. Think of a mirror server seeing these changes in this order. The artist count isn't actually updated to 10 until the second record change. Furthermore, the second record change applied in this order reverts the primary for locale change, setting it back to true. So applying this on a mirror is nonsensical and gives you a constraint violation. I spent a while trying to think of the best way to fix this, and one thing I considered was, why won't we just make record change a before trigger instead of an after trigger? Those don't run depth first, so we should be good, right? Well, if it's a before trigger, it's competing with other before triggers. So we then have to make sure that it's the very last trigger to run, because otherwise we're not logging the final version of the row. So since Postgres always runs triggers in alphabetical order, I thought let's attach record change as before triggers and prefix all replication triggers with Z's. And that would make sure they run last. And as far as I can tell, that could potentially fix the cascading updates issue. My main problem with this was that it felt like a hack. It just felt very unsatisfying to rely on triggers running in a certain order in order to be confident that you're logging the final version of the row. And with after triggers, you don't have to worry about that at all. So in general, I just felt uncomfortable with dbmirror implementation details leaking out into the application. So if there's a way to stick with after triggers, that would be ideal. So I looked for other ways to fix this in dbmirror, and it seemed daunting to me at first. Because while I could manage to write some C and probably hack my way around Postgres internals, I really didn't feel confident doing that and producing something that wouldn't randomly segfault in the middle of the night. There were also these other lingering issues with dbmirror in my mind, where I also wanted the packets to become easier to parse and to store complete previous row data. Having the old row data would be extremely useful in projects like SIR. And I'll talk a bit more about this later, because we'd be able to figure out which columns change from that. So I started looking at, would it be possible to write dbmirror in pure SQL? And I was slightly hesitant, because on one hand, I didn't want to touch something that, despite requiring yearly maintenance, has been running for years and years and is a critical piece of software for us. But on the other hand, we have this list of issues that I think we could do a lot better on. So as a proof of concept, I wrote a project called dbmirror 2. It's fairly simple. It's written in PL/PGSQL, which is the procedural language built into Postgres that you would normally write triggers in. And it solves all these issues I just mentioned. It even stores data as JSON instead of the archaic text format that the old dbmirror uses, so you can consume things without needing to hand roll your own parser in every language. Here's how it works. So, and this design is not set into stone, but where the original dbmirror had 2 tables, version 2 has 3. The pending data table combines the 2 dbmirror version 1 tables and stores the entire old row version. The pending keys stores the list of primary keys for each table change in a packet. And this is needed because since we now store the entire previous version of the row, it's not otherwise indicated which columns are the primary keys, like in the old DB mirror packets, unless you check the Postgres catalog for each operation. But it also has another use in that it can help quickly check if a particular table was changed in a packet. Pending TS contains the timestamps of each transaction, and this is something not provided by DBMirror version 1, but would actually be useful in cases where the row doesn't have a dedicated last updated column. Here's an example of the new pending data table and what it looks like for an update. So I've merged the old pending table into this one by storing the sequence ID, the operation, and the transaction ID all in one row. These two columns at the end, the old CTID and the trigger depth, are what allow us to handle cascading triggers. The CTID is the physical location of the row version, and it's you can determine it for any row, I think, just by doing row.ctid in Postgres, and that's stable within a transaction. So whenever we encounter an insert or update, we can check if the new row was modified by a previous operation already. And if that's the case, we know for sure that the operations are out of order, and then we can reorder them. So how can DBMirror 2 help in a project like SIR? Well, SIR works right now by pooling messages from RabbitMQ, and those messages are pushed into RabbitMQ by tons of triggers across all of our replicated tables. And one reason this setup is not ideal is because SIR's triggers require the PGAMQP extension to work, and this is not able to be installed on most cloud providers. There is a pull request open for SIR from Matthew Glubb that works around this by pushing changes to a table and then having a whole separate process push that table to RabbitMQ, and that works. But it's also a very unsatisfying solution for us, I feel. So, while I don't think the limitations of cloud providers should necessarily dictate how we architecture our code, even ignoring that, I wondered a bit more about how RabbitMQ fits into this whole puzzle. I think RabbitMQ is excellent at what it does, and I don't recall it ever giving us issues in production besides when there was a compatibility issue between the PGAMQP extension, which was more an issue with that extension and not RabbitMQ itself. But I think the reality of our SIR queue is we only have one consumer and extremely low throughput requirements. So while RabbitMQ has all these amazing features around exchanges and routing, I think they're not critical to how SIR works. So with this in mind, while I was developing DBMirror 2, I thought instead of having all these separate triggers pushing changes to RabbitMQ, we could make use of the existing DBMirror 2 triggers, potentially cutting out RabbitMQ entirely. And we would just make a live copy of the pending data table just for SIR that doesn't get flushed every hour. And SIR can read those changes live without waiting for packets to be published. I'm certainly open to hearing people's thoughts about this approach, but it does seem like a promising way to simplify our architecture and help out external users who have trouble with our existing setup at the same time. Okay, so DBMirror 2 can help unlock improvements in other projects too. In the interest of time, I didn't want to go into great detail on these, but the two I want to briefly mention are JSON dumps and the edit system. So for one, JSON dumps could be implemented much more efficiently than they currently are if we had access to the previous row data that DBMirror2 provides. And I think this could potentially act as a cache for web service version 2 if we did it right. Only the JSON format, of course. But in the edit system idea, I haven't fully thought out yet, but it's just this observation that when you think about it, DBMirror2 packets would provide a version history of all of our entities. So it would seem like a missed opportunity to me as far as having free historical data that we can use to display edits. The real question is how to do this efficiently, but I think it's something interesting to consider for the future. Before I wrap up, I want to give some performance metrics I found when testing DBMirror2 locally and on Aretha. The actual runtime performance seemed either identical or completely negligible. So it appears that Postgres' procedural language is very, very fast. Packets, however, were up to 10% larger due to the additional data stored. I don't know if this would be a huge issue for us as far as bandwidth goes, but we could certainly look at. That's good to hear. But even so, we could look into alternative compression methods if we wanted to, or find ways to tweak the DBMirror2 schema. So to conclude, right now I have an open pull request to add support for dumping and importing DBMirror2 packets in MusicBrainz server. And I've been generating packets on the test server for a while, and happily I haven't seen any major issues yet. So if this sounds like a promising route for us to go down, I'd love to install this in production and allow people to test the new packets. It's definitely not something I think should be rushed if we decide to do it, especially before we make sure external projects like MBSlave can work with them too. So I'm glad I finally got a chance to show this to people, and happy to hear any comments or questions you have. Thank you. I'm not sure who had their hand up first, but Ivan, you can go.
Okay, so it looks very promising, and I will just have two comments about the search indexer, which rely on it. It's first, the triggers for the current search indexer are very large, in the sense any small change will trigger a large change in the search indexes, which this approach seems to allow to refine it and require less work from the search indexer. So we can improve the search indexer performance. And second is about getting rid of RabbitMQ. I'm not sure how it would work. We have 12 consumers in search indexer in production currently, so not only one consumer. But we can. It's implementation details for later. But so it's something maybe to check, because search indexer rely also on other components, which are the Solar cores, and it may delay unexpectedly because of outside constraints. So maybe it can be still useful to keep a buffer like we have with RabbitMQ, but I'm not sure it's really needed. I would prefer to get rid of it if possible, but just a comment. thank you for the presentation. It was very helpful to understand how it works internally.
Thank you for those comments. I definitely agree with all that. About your comment about there being 12 consumers, I think I was only considering that we only have one SIR production container running. So I was thinking of that as one consumer, but obviously that runs multiple processes. If we did switch to a table instead of RabbitMQ, there are ways to safely have multiple processes read from that so that only one process is consuming a message. I think you would basically do select for share, and then there's another keyword you can use where you can skip rows that were already locked, and I think that's a pretty standard way to implement queues in Postgres. Lucifer?
Hi. So yeah, my question was DB mirror was used because at that time Postgres didn't support the application out of the box. But my understanding is now it does. So why don't we use Postgres inbuilt support for application?
So the question is, why don't we use the built-in logical replication built into Postgres nowadays? The answer to that would be that we ship our replication packets behind an API key, which supporters have to sign up for. And I'm just not sure how the system would work if, like, the logical replication that Postgres has is more for syncing changes between two databases and not really shipping specific changes to a specific set of people. So, Rob, you can go.
So yeah, to also finish the question to Lucifer, we're replicating a partial database, not everything in a database. And the key is that these consumers can be disconnected for a long period of time and then pick up and resume. So the actual Postgres replication that we're using is entirely unsuited for this particular task because there's a very tight coupling between the main and the replicates. So we needed something that was radically more disconnected, and it was very primitive. This was the very first primitive replication system that Postgres ever offered. Actually, it worked out fairly well for us, and was fun. It was fun to actually hear about this trip down memory lane because Rachel and I back in the day implemented this replication thing in like 2003 or something like that. Right, it's amazing that it still works. Thanks for keeping it alive, and thanks Bitmap for taking the initiative to revamp this. This is necessary, and I really applaud your decision to use the Postgres language. That's pretty genius. Reduces the dependence on other things and should make it a little bit easier. Also happy that Matthew Glove is contributing. That's very good. I do have two questions. First question. Can this run entirely in parallel so that we could actually say we will be outputting two parallel replication streams in two separate database packets in two separate database, I don't know, FTP directories, as you will. And then people can choose which replication packet they wish, the replication system they wish to use, whether a little bit more cutting edge, and then in a year we say, yeah, okay, this works. Is that possible?
Yes, my idea was actually we would keep both replication packets, shipping them side by side for a while, and we would just prefix the new packets with -version2 or something like that, and you could flip some dbdefs flag and it would say, okay, pool the version2 packets instead.
Okay, while we're at it, I have a minor feature request to something that I completely screwed up. And you can see a theme here. There's a lot of screw ups. I've got more than anybody else in the 20-year history. So the replication packet directory has got how many thousands, tens of thousands replication packets in it? We never put it in a directory structure, so breaking them up so that it's not all in one directory. That's really something we should do this time around, right?
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Every time I accidentally type ls in that directory,
it's regrets, nothing but regrets, right? And at the same time, also please prefix the replication packet numbers with like sufficient numbers of zeros, right? Because those are not prefaced and they just sort into it's just nonsense. So let's make sure that those file names have zeros prefixed in them so that they become a little bit more consistent. That's a nicety, but these are just sorts of data best practices that I hadn't quite learned yet. So at that time, I noticed that the speed is the same, which is freaking amazing. That they're like exactly on par. If I recall correctly, the largest this is born out of people getting frustrated when they didn't replicate for like 3 months, a month, 2 months. Is kind of the point where like I better re-import the data because the replication is going to be too slow to catch up. And so the previous system basically works on apply a change, run a commit, apply a change, run a commit, right? All those commits are what's making all of this slow. Do you foresee a way of us being able to actually batch these things so that we do 1 commit per replication packet? Do you see that that's a possibility?
I think it's a possibility. I think it's something we'd have to look at closer, but because mirror servers don't actually have any constraints or foreign keys, I think that should usually be fine actually, because running the changes in one transaction versus many, I don't think should introduce any additional constraint violations.
Okay, if you could investigate that, I think that would be great, because I think some of our users would be very happy if we could catch up replication, say, if we catch up a year in a reasonable amount of time, I think that would be fantastic. But as it stands, if you have more than a month and you want to catch up in your replication, it's just like, oh no, I just blow the thing away and start over again. Great work. Thanks for the initiative.
Oh, I had a quick question, which I didn't exactly follow from presentation, which is how hard is it to get people to switch to this? As in, do they need to make a lot of changes? Are we going to run into a VS1 situation where eventually 5 years later, people are going to be like, why did this break? Or is it like a reasonably easy thing for everyone to set up? You are muted. You're still muted.
Sorry about that. I do intend to make it easy so that they literally only have to flip a flag in their configuration. And the actual contents of the packet should also be the same. So if something does break, they can easily switch back to the version 1 packets in the meantime. But
so in theory, that if an instance is caught up, you could just say, okay, now I want to use dbmirror2, run a few replication packets, and then just switch back if you wanted to. In theory, that should work, no? Oh, well, no, wait. Your tables contain more history, don't they?
They contain the exact same set of changes. So what you just said should work. They do contain additional.
Whoa.
They contain additional previous row data, so we know like exactly which columns changed, but the actual change sets are the same. Ivan, you had a question?
It's about the question from Reo. Maybe we can schedule the change with a schema change, not next year, but maybe say the year after, and we won't have to keep the previous system as long as we did keep web service, I think.
Yeah, we will have to wait for a schema change regardless, because we'd have to create the dbmirror2 schema on mirror servers so that they can actually import the new packets. As far as waiting to remove the old system. I was thinking of a conservative approach, but I'm open to feedback on what the timeline should be.
Well, I think it would be really good if we could get the introduction of DB Mirror 2 in this upcoming schema change, so May 15th, 22. And I think we should leave that running for a minimum of 1 year before we even consider getting rid of the old one.
That sounds great to me.
Maybe not 10, like WS1.
I think it would also make sense to have the version 2 go through at least one schema change, just to check how it handles that.
Yeah, like when is our next planned Postgres update anyway? Do we have any?
The next what?
Planned Postgres update, if we have any, because I mean that's where the old DB mirror kept breaking, right? So it would be interesting to know if.
I don't know, with the updates that are coming out from Postgres, you know, we have to do these more frequently, which is kind of a pain in the ass, but I feel like we just did one yesterday, right? And please don't tell me that was 3 years ago.
I don't think it was that long ago, but it's getting there. We might have to decide on a policy where we upgrade like every 2 or 3 versions, major versions, but.
Kartik?
Regarding this, so ListenBrainz uses timescale, which is based on Postgres. Their next versions have deprecated Postgres 11. The ListenBrainz cluster of listens still runs on Postgres 11. We intend to upgrade it to 12, but timescale already recommends 13 if I remember correctly. So we need to upgrade that one of the other clusters. So it might be nice to upgrade the MusicBrainz clusters around that as well.
Just some feedback there, some context in case you didn't know, Kartik. Upgrading a Postgres version requires all downstream customers who replicate the database to also upgrade. So it's sort of a big thing that, you know, if we're doing an upgrade, we give 6 months notice or a year's notice and say, hey, we're going to do an upgrade, and then the next time there's a big schema change, it comes with a new version. So just so that you're aware of that sometimes, you know, certainly in the case of timescale, you know, we can jump to Postgres 13 or 14 with timescale without a problem, while MusicBrainz stays on an older one, but we perhaps don't necessarily have to make sure that we do that at the same time.
Makes sense.
So I think basically we're done with this topic, unless anyone has any more last moment comments. So it seems like we have a general idea that we should let them run together, and then at least spend a schema change and ideally a Postgres update while they are still running side by side, and then if everything goes right, then migrate to DB Mirror 2 fully. I mean, I can imagine like if it turns out that this is the PG update that finally breaks DB Mirror, then we can drop it there, but you know, otherwise. Okay, so that seems to be the last of the, let's say, hardcore coding topics for this summit. Alistair, last moment? No? Then we can move to letting Bob demo the new features in the new Picard beta.
Okay, thank you. First of all, is my microphone set up right? Can anybody hear me? Perfect. Okay. Well, as you all probably know, the Picard team recently issued a new beta version of 2.7, and I'm not going to go over all the changes because there are just way too many. But I did want to highlight a few of the more significant and obvious ones. And if anybody has any questions or comments, we'd certainly love to hear them. I mean, that's the whole idea of a beta. And Zaz, if I'm forgetting something along the way, please speak up and correct me as necessary.
Sure.
And I will try to share my screen with you. Share screen. Desktop. And everybody see Picard? Excellent. All right. I guess the first thing that was, really new functionality for submitting information. And that's one that is probably going to impact most users. So the first one is submit cluster as a release. Now that's been available as a plugin for a long time, but it's now been incorporated directly into Picard, so there's no need for the plugin any longer. It works basically the same way as the plugin did. You cluster the files you want to submit. You select the cluster, right click, and use the cluster as a release option that shows up. So pretty straightforward, and anyone that's used the plugin, there's no learning curve on this one. It's the same. So the other notable addition is the ability to submit acoustic features to AcousticBrainz directly out of Picard. And in order to enable that functionality, you have to first match your files to a release and then save the files. And, for example, if we go to Tools, you can see that the Submit AcousticBrainz features is disabled for now. But once we cluster our files and move them over and save them, the Submit AcousticBrainz features is now enabled. And clicking on that will basically what it will do is it will queue up all your files in a background process and process the files using Essentia, I think it is. But essentially all the information will be extracted from the files and submitted to AcousticBrainz, like I say, as a background task. Now, the other thing that is very, very nice addition to this version of Picard is that there's a progress meter that will show up in the bottom in the status bar. And that will also show you, in addition to how many tasks are still left in the queue, it will show you an estimated time to complete all of your background tasks. And that, again, it will work with any background tasks, whether you're bringing in information, from loading a release or whatever. It isn't just for the submitting information thing. So that's really the two biggies on submitting information back to MusicBrainz and AcousticBrainz. But there are a couple of other things that are significant changes in the way Picard works, and these will, well, the next one, the file naming scripts, will certainly impact, again, every user. And there's a couple of changes with regards to the file naming script. The first one is that you can now have multiple file naming scripts and select which one that you want to use. And if you go to options, there's a command to quickly select which of the file naming scripts that you have on your system and which one to use. Now, the second change is the naming script editor has been moved to a separate window with a few more features added. One of the ones that I find probably the most useful is the ability to actually see, well, in real time, the changes that will be made to your actual files if you have selected files in the where in this particular case I've selected the release, so all of the music files there you can see, and it actually will update in real time. So you can, as you're developing your script, you can see exactly what's going to happen with it. Excellent functionality there. Within the script editor itself, there's a few things that you can do. First off, if you hover over one of the commands, it will bring up an information block showing you what that command does and how to use it. And you can also optionally show the list of all the commands in a sidebar. And again, you can turn that on and off, you know, to match whatever you like.
I have a question about that.
Okay, go.
Is the function documentation, if you have a plugin that adds functions, does that like add to that list, or is that like a static list included with Picard?
No, I will answer. It picked up documentation from plugins too, and yeah, because it's an internal parsing of the metadata of each script. So we did that too.
I thought that was the case, but I couldn't remember for sure. Okay, pop-up information. Oh yes, and of course scripts. You can add a new script. You can copy the current script and use it as a working version for making changes. Obviously, you can delete the current script. You can revert the current script. If you've made some changes and you've totally screwed it up and you haven't saved it yet, you can revert it back with just one click. And of course, you can save the current script into your list of scripts. And again, if you want to work on a different script, well, just select it and there's your new script to work on. And the other thing with each script is you can actually add your own metadata to your script. And on the surface, you might think, why would I care about that? Well, the reason you might care about that is because you can also now export your script to a file, either for backup or to share with somebody else, and import scripts from the files as well. And that metadata will come in with the import. It will go out with the export and come in with the import as well. So, you know, one thing that, you know, I like to include, well, we included it actually in a separate box in the metadata is the license. If you were going to share with others, then that's covered. So that was, I think, basically everything on the file naming scripts, unless there are some other questions. Hearing none, I'll close that and move on. The last thing I want to talk about, and this is probably one of the most significant changes in the new version of Picard, and that is option profiles. Essentially, the user now can define multiple option profiles or settings profiles, and select which ones should be applied. Now, this is really a very powerful tool and can be very complex or can be used very simply. But the flexibility is there to do, you know, pretty much almost anything you need to do with it. For example, first of all, a profile is defined as a set of options that it manages. And for example, and I'll actually show an example here, options. I've just created a couple here to show for example, but you know, one profile may include settings for file naming, such as a new target directory and which file naming script to use. While another profile may include different settings for the same options, or different options entirely, or some of both. The profiles are stacked and are executed in the order from top to bottom, if they are enabled. I should go back to my script here. The lowest level, which isn't shown because it's always there and it's always enabled, is the system's user setting profile. In other words, the information that you always saw when you opened option set. Now, it's always there. Okay, when an option value is retrieved as part of Picard's processing, it will come from the first enabled profile that manages that particular option. Now, when an option profile is enabled, for example, when you go to, let's see, that would be under file naming. When you go to the file naming, or one of the pages containing an option that is managed by that profile, that option will be highlighted, showing that it will be saved to a profile, as your selected profile rather than your base settings. And if you hover over that highlighted one, it will actually tell you which profile that it's going to be saved to. And okay, going back to profiles for a second here, you can see that the target my dir profile, and actually I'll go back to that. It goes to a different directory called my dir. If we go to win, we go to win, you can see that we have a different directory. Again, we've specified a directory. Oh, and hovering over one of your option settings will tell you what the current setting is for that profile. In terms of the overrides. So in this particular case, we're setting that we want Windows compatibility turned off, and we want to go to a not for Windows directory. So if we go back to our file naming, you'll see Windows compatibility is now highlighted as well, because it's controlled by the win. But to show you how the stacking works, if we enable both of them, you'll see, okay, the Windows compatibility and the destination directory are both covered by win, but target my directory only changes the destination directory. So if we go back to our file naming, we'll see that both of them are highlighted because both option profiles are highlighted. But we'll see that the Windows compatibility will be saved to win, and you'll see that the directory that's shown and will be retrieved for processing by Picard is actually from the target my dir profile rather than the win, because it appears higher in the list. So okay, so if we disable both of those and go back to our make it so, the other thing that you can also do is quickly enable or disable right from the main menu without having to go through the options menu and setting them that way. So if you had a profile, and again, this is where you can use like a simple profile that covers all the settings you want. You don't want to stack them. You don't want any of that. You can just go and select, I want to do that profile, and it grabs those settings for processing. And I guess the only other thing I didn't show you is that you can actually select which file naming script to use right from the main menu as well, without having to go through the file naming script editor or the option settings. And basically, that is about it for my presentation. Again, recognizing that the option profile, recognizing that this option profile thing is can be fairly complex. We've included a whole section about it with some examples about how the stacking works and which ones are handled, how to manage them, essentially all the stuff that I just kind of tried to go over with this presentation. So, having said all of that, that's all I got. Questions, folks? Anything?
My only question is how you got so much stuff into one 2.7 update. This really sounds like 3.0, really. What the hell?
It kind of kept growing. Let's go.
Me?
You.
Yes. I was wondering, in that the script editing thing, the delete option, does it give you a warning before it just deletes everything? Because
It will only, well, actually, yes, it will.
okay, good.
And I think I can actually show you that. I don't need to show you. Yes, when you hit delete, it'll pop up with a dialog box confirming that, yep, I want to delete that script. So, Ivan.
Yes, thank you. Just two questions. Do you have an example of someone wanting to switch from a profile to another for some real life application? And do you think it will be useful to have MetaBrainz to host the configuration for Picard, so you can retrieve your configuration on a new machine if you are nomad and you have Picard some other place?
Actually, that's something that come up recently. I think it will be a good idea, but we have few changes to make to Picard the config system before it can happen. Basically, we want to move away from the unused format we are using for now to YAML or something which is more convenient to work with. Then we can host all the configuration by account and things like that. And I think it will be a good improvement.
Thank you.
I'm thinking like one situation where I could see like different configurations being applied is for people who want to keep their classical music and non-classical music separate, for example.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, that's where I would use it.
I will just add something about this option profile features. At the start, it was because people were keeping asking about being able to save in different directories, for example, using the same settings, but just switching quickly between directories. Then we had requests from people who wanted to have different settings for different kind of options, for example, for cover art or whatever. And because some people are saving, for example, in different audio formats, and tagging option related to tagging could be quite different. For example, if you save to FLAC or to MP3 or to whatever. So we had all those requests basically about making things more configurable. And we found this way, which seems complex at start. In fact, it is, but it covers absolutely all the case. If you, for example, work on two kinds of music, classical music and rock music, your settings may be completely different when it comes to Picard, because MetaBrainz doesn't manage classical music and the rest of the music the same way. And basically that's another configuration. So yeah, so this feature now is really mature. It works well. It's easy to use just for switching few options. It's safe because we added a lot of dialogues and warnings and things like that. So yeah, give it a try. In fact, it's very, very useful.
Any more comments about this? Yeah, I think there is no open question that I can see on IRC, so I think I can just say like this looks very, very good. Thanks for the work. People, remember this beta is out now, so you can already download it, test it, report any problems you find. It's, in fact, the last blog post in our blog specifically about this right now, so I think. So you can go and download it. Yeah, you can go download it and check it. Especially people who are curious about things like different sets of tagging features and whatnot. Please go test. And when are you planning to release this fully? Do you have a date for that yet?
We just released the alpha version of the 2.7 version of Picard. So let's say for Christmas or something like that. So yeah, it's a little. We have quite a lot of feature in it, a lot of bug fix too. But the stable version of Picard is already out since a long time. We had just few minor new version to fix minor things. So I guess by the end of the year.
Okay, so people have a couple months to test, find issues, and hopefully not find that big issues that you will have to postpone the Christmas release. Really nice to hear. So I think we're done with this topic. The next one seems to be ListenBrainz player in other Brainz websites by Monkey. Is Monkey ready to talk about that?
Sure. I don't actually have a plan or any structure on how to go about this. I just thought about this yesterday, but I can at least give an overview of what it's about. In ListenBrainz, for those who don't know, we have a content resolver. So it's a music player that you, once you've logged into a music service that you use. So for now we have Spotify, and that's basically it. We also use YouTube without the need for authentication. Anyway, once you have one of those set up, you can play any track in ListenBrainz, which really improves the use of the website. It's also a good way to discover music because you can go to users' pages, or let's say I can go and look at Alistair's top recordings of this year and go and listen to that directly. One idea that we floated and made some experiments with was to be able to use that music player in other MetaBrainz websites. There is some work underway that I've been doing to prepare to have that player as a separate item. So I'm decoupling it from the various bits of ListenBrainz that it was attached to, little by little. And the idea is that then we can release that player as a separate library, and any of our websites that uses React can install this as a package and plop it in the page, and with a few changes to how we make things, just basically have any of our MetaBrainz websites playable. That's the goal. In order to achieve this, the main sort of big issue. There's all the part about refactoring and all that I've been working on. That's one thing in itself. But the other big issue is the question of credentials for these music services. The project that this links to is having authentication done on the MetaBrainz level and have basically a way to store that type of credentials on a MetaBrainz wide level instead of currently in ListenBrainz database.
So what you're saying is this is not actually about ListenBrainz player. This is actually about MetaBrainz users and migrating everything to MetaBrainz.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's about making this ListenBrainz player a generic MetaBrainz player. And if we do things right, it's also not limited to MetaBrainz websites. We'll have a specific format for playing tracks that we'll use. So you could, in theory, use it in other websites. If you have MBIDs, for example, and say, hey, MetaBrainz player, just play this list of MBIDs. And the MetaBrainz player will go either have those the credentials you need already, or it'll connect with the MetaBrainz account, and then you'll have your music service credentials attached to that. That will allow you to do content resolution and play the music straight in your browser. I don't exactly know where to go from there. That's basically the overview. I think we tried maybe 6 months ago or sometime in the past year. We tried to implement an iframe so you could hit an endpoint on ListenBrainz and it would return HTML with a player integrated into that. And so we tried these. That didn't work so super well. Communicating with iframes is a little bit tricky and blah 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 blah. And since that, I think there's a couple of things that clicked in my brain on how to go around these issues. I found a way to be able to communicate with the Brainz player separately to how it's implemented. You have browser events that you can use, and you basically fire a browser event that says, hey, if there's a Brainz player listening in this window, and that works with iframes and all that, then it'll receive a message that says, hey, someone asked if you could play this track. And conversely, if it's starting to play a track, it'll say, hey, if anyone's listening to these events, here, I've started playing this track. The authentication part is something that's quite obscure to me. Maybe Lucifer can tell us a bit more about how that sort of stuff would work. But generally, I think none of us have ever talked about storing that type of credentials inside MetaBrainz auth. So I think that's something that we could discuss. I think Akshat had his hand raised first, and then Lucifer.
I think Lucifer can go first. He'll provide some insight to my questions that I want to ask. So,
yeah, so as you mentioned, we can do, once we have a users in the central MetaBrainz database, we can add some scopes if the user wants to link a music web service, and that can be doable. So Rob had mentioned this some time ago. We could build the content resolution into a endpoint and maybe host that on our server, ListenBrainz or maybe some other domain for the Brainz player. So Brainz player could receive maybe an artist name or track name, maybe an MBID, send that to the ListenBrainz server maybe, which checks your credentials and then uh, resolves the content, maybe get a Spotify track ID or a YouTube ID something, and send that back to Brainz player so that Brainz player can play it. So this helps one thing that we don't have to ever share the. No, actually, we would have to do that. One main concern is that we are sharing user credentials, so that we have to take care of. Otherwise, um, if it is not implemented well, maybe some other person embeds Brainz player in their website and they do not secure it. The user credential gets leaked. So that's an issue we will have to take care of. Because we do have endpoints for refreshing tokens also. So it's possible to abuse someone's credentials. So we will have to take care of that, but it's possible and doable. Yeah, one way is we never send the Spotify YouTube credentials to the front end, just a ListenBrainz token. The Brainz player uses that sends that token with its requests to ListenBrainz endpoints. The endpoint resolves it and just sends back the necessary data. Brainz player needs to create.
How would that work across websites? You'd have you'd have an endpoint on one of the websites that would do content resolving for all of them.
Yeah, like see, we have like we are planning to distribute Brainz players as a library. We could maybe say a brainsplayer.org and just put an endpoint in it for content resolution, and that would be linked to our MetaBrainz database. People can, once we have the accounts in MetaBrainz.org, we can create a scope that a user can get a token to allow Brainz player to query that and authenticate it with. That token will only allow content resolution of the services they have linked. This is also useful because then the content resolution part moves to the backend, so it's easier for Brainz player to integrate new front-end players. It does not have to bother with that. It can just be an abstraction over a multiple number of players. Otherwise, that's another thing you would have to do at the front-end side.
And another way in which that would be useful is using the data from the MusicBrainz database, because currently we kind of do our own sauce and use the APIs to search, but there's lots of data in MusicBrainz about where to find this link for streaming for free.
Yeah.
On Bandcamp, for example, Bandcamp doesn't have a search API, so I can't do a search from the player. But if MusicBrainz has that data, then we can use that directly to embed a player. So that could come in handy in a variety of ways.
Yeah, indeed, that's useful. And maybe some websites don't offer a player, but if we can get a link to the music file, I think HTML has an inbuilt player for that. If we just can get the URL of an MP3 file, we can play it. Even for Spotify, we need to use Spotify's player, but there are free streaming websites which can just hand us off a link and we can play it from that.
Yeah, and that also ties into personal music collections that are connected personal music collections. So Funk Whale and stuff like that, where you host your own music collection. Maybe you can connect to other users who host their music collection. And so suddenly you have this wider personal music collection with your friends that you can search from once you've connected to it. Yeah, that's all really interesting, I find. Akshat, you had comments or a question?
Yeah. I really like the idea that you have about using the Brainsplayer as a library, but I would like to understand the use case that we would have for it. Like, why do we want to push for it? Like, do we want to use it in Critique Brains, or do we want to, like, is there an actual use case of using it over there? Because if we have it in MusicBrainz, I would like to understand what kind of context would you want people to use Brainsplayer in MusicBrainz for? Because I think it really makes sense in ListenBrainz to have it, but at what point do you think that we should be having the Brainsplayer over here as well? So I think if it's worth the effort, only then we should go for something like this. Otherwise, personally, I feel that it feels like perfect on ListenBrainz, and it's one of the major advancements over there. So if we make it functionable everywhere, we would lose this uniqueness for it. So I think I would like some insight on that.
Personally, I find that I would really, really, really love for MusicBrainz to be playable, because it's a giant music encyclopedia, and that's also a good way to discover music. But getting from MusicBrainz to ListenBrainz, there's a missing link there, unless there was a way to. Instead of integrating a player, maybe you have a link that says go and listen to this on ListenBrainz. But I feel like having it directly integrated makes more sense. It's kind of a better user experience. There are some questions about how it is used. If you have a single page application, then you can go from page to page without the playing stopping. If you don't have that, then it'll just stop as if you refresh the page. But I don't think those are huge issues.
But again, won't we have to like connect our Spotify and other services to MusicBrainz for it? Like that's what I would like. Is that worth the effort? So do we want to have like an option to connect your Spotify and MusicBrainz? Do we have to go through that step, or without that we can do it? If it's without that, and we have to go for like making it for like a MetaBrainz player, so does that have to make a new account for it, or I don't know how that stuff goes. So I would like to understand, like, is that worth it? And I would love for it, but yeah, is that worth it?
Yeah, so regarding this, a Brainz player sometimes would get the ability to submit listens to ListenBrainz. So if you listen through Brainz player on any website, you can submit to ListenBrainz. So that's a good way to get data, more data into ListenBrainz. Otherwise, you would have to use a browser plugin for that. It's usable, but I am a bit wary of using browser plugins. They have much more ability to maybe steal data or anything than a JavaScript library embedded on the front end. Other than that, we have YouTube player on acoustic Brainz pages. It is no longer functional because YouTube deprecated that API some time ago. We have the Spotify player or maybe something like it on the Critic Brainz. I don't know if it works currently or not, but we do have it there. So at least we have 2 other use cases already in the MetaBrainz projects. And like Monkey mentioned, it's useful to make MusicBrainz playable. And some users have expressed interest on embedding Brainz Player on their websites. And so say if someone embeds Brainz Player on their website, they automatically gain the ability to submit listens to ListenBrainz. So I think that's useful to do. Regarding Spotify account, so currently we have that in the ListenBrainz. Once we have the central accounts in MetaBrainz, we could move that integration page to say MetaBrainz and say if you connect Spotify to MetaBrainz, you can use it on any of our websites. So you have to do it once for MetaBrainz and use it. You can use it on all our websites anywhere you use Brainz.
So I wanted to ask about the user concentration, or like however you want to call it. Like, what is the current state of this? Like, is this something, because it seems like that's kind of required to make Brainz Player really easy to use cross websites, and it's something that sounds really useful to have anyway. Is this something we should be prioritizing? Should we really be saying, okay, this is the year we move all the users to be MetaBrainz users?
Yeah, I think it's useful for a lot of things. At least in ListenBrainz, we want to scope things so that currently we have a single token to do everything. And the users need to share that token to third-party players so that they can use it to submit listens to ListenBrainz. There are some other tasks like creating playlists, etc., that you can also do using that token. we don't think that's ideal. We want to compartmentalize different tasks. You need a different, if someone wants to submit a playlist, they need to get a different token for it. If they only want to submit listens, then there's that specific token for doing that. And this is really easy if we have everything in the MetaBrainz accounts. Otherwise, we have to replicate this for each of our projects, like in PythonBrainz, acousticsbrainz, etc. everywhere. I have been working on this, but yeah, it wasn't a very high priority till now. I can prioritize it a bit more. It's currently in the draft stage. I have a branch in the MetaBrainz org repo for that, where I'm working on that.
So I don't know how Fresso feels about this, but I get the feeling that having a shared MetaBrainz user would make a lot of his life a lot easier. So because currently we have a situation where, for example, if we have a spammer who's spamming in like a different project, it's hard to find out, like, you have to somehow, from the MusicBrainz page, you cannot even know if they have a BookBrainz account or if they have a ListenBrainz account. So you have to do, I mean, we've talked about this a bit, right? You have to do a specific checks based on either their OAuth apps or about or yes, actually calling the project. And in some cases, you cannot do it at all. So like, it would seem like a pretty useful thing to do also on that front. I mean, there might be issues connected to that too. I mean, Rob wants to speak, so I guess he has some issues connected to this.
It's not so much that I have issues, but I have lots of issues, but not related to this. We were Alistair and I were talking about this yesterday a little bit. I think it was Alistair, not Monkey. I don't know. I had a conversation yesterday, and we were really thinking about this. And there's a lot of things on our plate for the remainder of the year, and with the talking about roadmaps, we'll see some of this. But the ListenBrainz team is pretty well piled high with things to do, because we're also trying to do end of the year music reports, and we're trying to get a few other things out the door. So realistically speaking, looking at the OAuth integration and moving all the accounts to be MetaBrainz accounts is something that we need to start looking at in, say, January. So that's when we're going to go sit down and work out all the unknown unknowns, and at least get them to be known unknowns, and get an idea as far as like what this actually entails. Like we have a very rough sketch as to how we need to do this, but it is a very rough sketch. One of the things that's absolutely clear about this is that it is going to require that all MetaBrainz teams work in lockstep, right? There will likely be 2, if not 3 separate rollout phases that are like, this step happens now, and then 2 days later, this step happens, and then 2 or 3 days later, something else happens, in order to make all of this work, right? It's not going to be something that's going to be seamless, not something that's going to be snappy. And there's going to be all the projects are going to have to actually, once we have this plan, we'll say, every project must do this. And then we're going to have to take literally, I'm expecting we have to take site-wide downtime or read-only or something like that to really pull all this off. So this is going to be tricky. This is going to be really kind of messy. So we're going to need to put a lot of energy into doing this right, because we have a very significant possible penalty for failure on this. The other thing that that worries me about all of this is that I don't know what extent what sort of level of effort is for doing this, because if we really start digging our heels in come mid-January, then we have about 60 days before the MusicBrainz team really needs to start focusing on schema change. And what do we do it after the schema change? Well, then we're into summer of code. So this is tricky at the very best. So I think let's just say this is something that we want to do. We need to really look at it early next year, but timing's tricky, and we have a lot of planning to do on this front. But there's zero argument that we need that we should do this. Like, we need to do this. It's sort of one of the last bits and pieces of our final migration from being MusicBrainz to actually being a greater whole that is MetaBrainz. And it'll be really, really good to get that done, because it opens a lot of other possibilities, such as the ones that we've mentioned.
I'm going to sneak right in,
you wanted to
make a comment on that.
First, then Kat,
yes.
then Ivan.
exactly. There is also another option that I can try that I haven't tried so much yet, is to basically forget having all the credentials on a MetaBrainz account and just make sure that the Brainz player can do authentication by itself on the front end without having to touch any of the backend code, without any of those questions of security of the tokens and all of that. Which would mean you'd have a Brainz player on the page and it would say sign in to whatever music service you're using. You'd do sign in there, kind of if you've ever played with the Spotify web player. And then hopefully that would set a cookie locally in your browser so that if you went from one MetaBrainz website to another, it would still remember that you're still logged in and allow you to play stuff directly. So maybe I'll try to see how that would work, and if that would at least remove some of the requirement of having a MetaBrainz single accounts. That's it for me, Ivan.
Kat.
Yeah, when it comes to MetaBrainz one account, I mean, I'm very for this. But one thing I think is important, and I know Professor doesn't really like this, but I want to be able to have the ability to say, have a display, even if the background name for the rows are the same and stuff, to be able to have display names differently, to have settings differently, to have avatars differently, if you want avatars. Or also the ability to, if you go to say MetaBrainz, and you can say, I want to use this email for this project, this email for that project, something like that. Also usernames, because, okay, so I'm kind of infamous for having very many different usernames, but right now, people will have to go into the BookBrainz and Jira and anything to and literally modify the rows because I'm called different things. It's really messy. It would be better if that name can be just referred to my basic account rather than everything being renamed or something like this. That's my point.
Professor, you want to answer to this?
Yeah. I don't think we need to worry about the editing the database directly for right now, because we're still months away at the very least from actually doing this, and we're gonna have to figure out a way to consolidate anyway, exactly because people are not named the same currently. Second of all, I do really disagree with being able to have different usernames. I do agree with being able to have different emails. That would be nice. But I disagree with having different usernames and different avatars, because that disrupts the community cohesion and like the persona of you across projects gets
The thing is that this is already happening. If I change my name in BookBrainz to something else, that will disrupt BookBrainz thing.
Exactly, which is why I'm saying that we shouldn't allow that. Yeah.
Okay. I think it was Ivan, then Kartik, then Sas. So Ivan.
Monkey.
So about implementing a server for MetaBrainz accounts, it's something I looked into years ago before being overwhelmed with other projects. And it's very big, like we had the intervention of GetQuest. there are expectations from the users being able to update their profiles or their emails differently depending on the service. There are expectations from the admins being able to delete or update user details on all services at the same time. There are expectations from the Brainz player being able to work on external websites with what Lucifer mentioned, scopes. And we have also hot tokens in MusicBrainz for application like Picard. And so starting with an architecture document might be a good start, rather than looking directly into how to implement it. I think just gathering the requirements we want for this might already take a fair amount of time. So I would welcome this.
That sounds sensible, and I think this might be something that if Monkey can look into putting some nodes together or something, or you're already, if you want to.
We can initiate that together if you want, Monkey, because I already tried to formulate that for MusicBrainz needs years ago. I think I can find it again, and we can complement it with recent needs.
Karthik?
Yeah, so regarding allowing different emails, so I think that would work like every project would store its own email for that use. So I think that's not a great idea, because you would have to ensure that each email remains secure. So that's an additional burden on each project. I think one of the reasons if we move it to MetaBrainz is that it's one thing we know where it has to be secured. The email lives there. We other projects don't need to care about it. So I would be wary of implementing multiple emails too. Other than that, we already do have a document for implementing OAuth and user migration stuff. I'll share that in IRC. We can add to that, or maybe maintain 2 documents as it seems fine as with you and this.
So far we have the idea that Ivan and maybe Monkey will work on putting down what sorts of requirements we would have from shared users. We have that this will happen if it starts happening in this year, as in before next summit. It won't be before January, and it might take a long time because it might be a very hard endeavor. We have that the Monkey wants to look into whether Brainz player can be made to work locally without this requirement in the first place. And we have a general interest that we would want to see Brainz player in more pages, but with some caveats that we need to make sure that it makes sense. The amount of work we spend on it makes sense for its usefulness. Am I missing something? Okay, so I think unless anyone has more to say about this topic, we can move on for now. So we have, by the way, do people need like a toilet break or a drinks break or anything like that, or are we good? Okay, so the next topics we have are two topics, hopefully small topics I have connected to MusicBrainz, mostly MusicBrainz. So the first one, let's take the small one first, actually. So the first one is deleting unused unverified users, both a one-off task and possible future constant checks. there is a ticket from Rob from, I think, 2017, which I expect came from a summit to begin with, but I don't remember right now, which says that, let me find the ticket. I should have done this before, sorry. So I'm putting it on IRC now. All it says is, with no info of when and how we decided this, write a script to remove editors and their collections who have no confirmed email and no out tokens, no edits and no votes. So I expect this is connected with dormant spam accounts. But Rob, do you remember exactly what the reasoning was, just in case?
Not exactly. I think back then there was much more of a push of like getting rid of spammers and having a more or less more accurate representation of who users of MusicBrainz really are, more from a perspective of statistics, things like that. But I don't really know if that really matters still. Like, you know, maybe we could just say it's like that's not an accurate statistic. It's not important for us. I'm not sure.
Well, one thing I can say is that I ran a quick query on the amount of users that would be deleted if we run something like this, and it's almost 1 million. So it's a significant number. So it might make, I mean, the statistics are in that way very confusing. So I still think that it makes sense. But I think Freso had something specific to say about it, and then Kartik.
So yeah, it's both for the statistics, and a lot of them are spam accounts, and also like we have a lot of seemingly legitimate accounts that were created and last logged in 2010 and never seen since, and that doesn't have an email. The chances of them somehow remembering to come back to to MusicBrainz and remembering the password and all of this is very, very slim. And I think some people, like maybe Monkey, and I know for sure Lucifer, would like to have some usernames freed. So yeah, so it would just be it would be a really nice cleanup to just get rid of a lot of cruft in the database, in the system, that is doesn't really have any meaning.
I think that's actually a fair point regarding blocked usernames, because we're talking about 1 million usernames that are blocked right now by users who are not using it. I mean, plenty of them are going to be something that no one else will want to use, but still, I'm sure there are plenty of useful usernames back in the situation.
Yeah, so I was going to suggest that we should maybe formulate a policy around it. Like this is a one-off thing, as I understand it, but it will again, such users may pile up again in the future. So it would be nice to put a line or two somewhere that if you don't log in for a year, don't have any edits or email attached, we may delete your account. So just putting it out there, so that if someone by chance logs in after a year or two, they know that it might be possible their account may get deleted.
This is a key part of the GDPR as well, regarding minimizing sort of surface contact of personal information that you have. So this idea of having, I mean, to go as far as to say actually have an explicit policy, which may include things like emailing users after a year and saying, hey, we've noticed you've not used your account. It will be deleted in X unless you sign in or make an edit or whatever.
one thing to keep in mind is we're talking right now specifically about accounts without any email or contact data to begin with. So like, except for, I think Michael ran a query, and what was it, a couple thousand or a few thousand of them actually had an email as their username. So we could technically contact those, assuming that this is, their real email. But in, hundreds of thousands of them, we have zero way to contact them. Lucifer did propose that we should in the future make sure that if we keep doing this in the future and not just as a one-off, then that the verification email, for example, might say that if you do not verify your account, you won't have an email stored and your account might be eventually garbage collected or whatever.
That sounds like a good place to put that notification to new users. I think that's fine.
Ivan?
Just to add that using tokens is also something to take into account, not just logging, but we have to check that as well. If it's clear enough for Lucifer, it was to complement Lucifer comment. Yes.
Sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
It's if we have to consider user that did not log in for 1 year or that did not use token for 1 year.
I think if they have a token, we should probably not bother them.
Yeah, that
if
was
they don't have,
the comment. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, users who are dormant clearly haven't used their account. It's fine to delete them now, but if we are going to do it in future, we should still have something of a warning that if you remain dormant, your account will be deleted. It's fine to do so, but the user should be aware that it may happen. That's just the point. For now, it's fine, but for the future, I'm suggesting.
So basically, where I wanted to go with this is, well, first was, like, do we agree that this might make sense? Which I think we have seen several reasons why it might make sense. If it does make sense, what are the limits we want to put on it? So the original idea was, if I remember correctly, 2 weeks of inactivity, and no email and no usage and whatever. Michael thought that to play it safe, we could even keep a full year of inactivity at first, because even that would still remove a huge majority of the dormant account right now. I don't know what people feel about that. Like, basically, I guess it's a really different approach, right? The question is, do we want this to be like a continuous cleanup where we try to get rid of as much as possible all the time? Do we want this to be a thing that runs, like, let's say once a year, where we just remove like stuff once a year and we don't worry about it at all otherwise? Or do we have like a preference about this? Because there is a second ticket, like, which originally at least mentioned specifically. Remove existing editors with no confirmed email and no auth and whatever within 2 weeks of account creation. I'm not sure if this is something we still want or if we want to make it more lenient. That's a link ticket to the previous.
I think a little bit more lenient might be nice, but something along those lines.
So basically, we do want this to be a constant situation where we try to keep things clean more or less all the time. Okay, so another question I had was, well, originally it was users and their collections. Well, if the users are using the collections, it seems normal to leave them be, in my opinion. So like if the collections are not empty. But if the collections are empty, my current query would still remove them. Because we have some auto-created collections. So we cannot trust that, the user actually created and cares about this collection. And as far as I remember, we don't have any way to check whether this was a collection created by the user or auto-created.
We could.
If anyone has a better suggestion, then we can look into that as well.
We could just check for the, like, right now the system auto creates two collections, which are two event collections that are called attending and maybe attending or something like that.
Why do we do that?
So if we have, so we can't check if the user created them themselves or not, but we could maybe check if they only have two collections and they're both event collections and they are called these two specific strings and they're empty, then it's almost certainly ones that the system created.
Okay, so to answer CatCat, the idea was that because we added this back when events was newly added as a kind of a suggestion to users, like, well, this is something you could use events for. I honestly don't know if it's actually something people are using or not. We could eventually revisit whether we want to keep automatically creating them or not. But that was the basic idea of why we did it in any case. Let me take a quick look. Yeah, I don't think we store creation time for editor collection. So yeah, we would have to look at something like this if we want to. I think that might be sensible. I seem to remember, did we used to auto-create release collections in the past? Does anyone remember? Like something like owned or wish list or things like that?
Could you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, I was wondering if anyone remembers if in like the far past of MusicBrainz we ever added automatically like release collections for users for own music or whatever.
From what I've seen, all the accounts that I've seen that are dead accounts going way back to before 2010, the only two, like all of these dead accounts only have those two attending and maybe attending collections.
Okay, so I think it might be safe to at first check for those two then. Okay, I'll make a note in the ticket. Once I make that change, is there any preferred way of action for this? Like, I mean, I could run the query plus the next development meeting or something like that before running it. I mean, I would like eyes on it anyway. But like, do we have any specific requirements other than that? Okay, I'm getting a no vibe. Okay, then I'll quickly make a note for myself for this, and then we can move to my next topic, if that's okay. Or actually, while I'm making the note, oh, sorry, I just realized my cat is whining. While we're making the note, does Akshat want to talk about theming, since that seems to be a short topic?
Yeah, I could do with that. It's like a very small topic. So I recently discovered that having multiple color themes and like your own customizable font sizes and all is pretty easy. So we just have to make a CSS file in which we defined what all themes are accessible for everyone. So as of now, I have done that, and it's a bit success, and it's pretty easy. I see that our other projects are using the color variables already. So what we need to do is we need to just make like a list of what all colors and like what all colors go for such themes, and based on that we can allow the user maybe on a click of a button or something to switch to those color scheming, and we can record those in the local storage, and the next time the user comes again, the color scheming will be followed. So before I continue, I would like to hear from Feso.
My main concern is about our branding, because right now we have very specific branding in our logos and in our color designs. I do think it would be really nice to have both a light and a dark mode for all sites, but I also think we should. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll leave it to Monkey to be the final arbiter of this, because I feel like Monkey has had the most influence in our current styling. But But yeah, it's a concern I have. I don't know if it's something that needs further consideration or not, but it's just something I thought of.
I agree to that, and I think we can decide some day or something where maybe Monkey and I and other team members could sit and decide what color palettes we want for the different themes. So that's what I again wrote, that should we allow users to customize their colors, or we can have like predefined sets of themes. So like 3 to 4 themes are there which are available. I think the community forum does something like that. So yeah, I think if you are going to go ahead with it, it's a great addition. Currently, for MusicBrainz, I was following the theme which we follow on the Android app. So that has a dark mode feature. So I was just bringing those colors in. So for other projects, I would like to hear from Monkey as well, because I was thinking of bringing this into ListenBrainz since it is quite easy. It won't take much of a time. I think the major setup is already done. So we can just sit around and decide the colors someday. Yeah, any other opinions? I think Lucifer had something to say.
Can you share what work needs to be done for this, if you have a demo or something?
It's pretty easy. Like maybe I'll make a PR in like 1 or 2 days showing you a demo. You can see the setup for this in my the mock project that I was working on for MusicBrainz. So it's pretty easy. You use use state for it, and you can update the colors on the the theme on the color pick, and you can just like define what all colors will go for this. This is something which we do on the Android app as well. So we just change the color variables in that instant. It's pretty easy. Like max to max, it'll take 2 or 3 days for like a project. For ListenBrainz, we could have it in like 2 days. Yeah.
So only 2 weeks then. I think I think it's it might not be a super huge rush or anything, but I think it's a generally a good idea. I also think that controlling what colors we put with what is also good. Defining color palettes that work. Maybe I'm a control freak, but I think in terms of design, it's better to have some amount of control, balance with some amount of availability for flexibility. And user styles are indeed, I think, enough if you really want to control all of the look.
So I think I can like say that we'll look into it. Yeah, I think Rio, you can conclude.
Okay, thanks. I'm gonna go to my second topic in a second then. Okay, so I was reminded when we had the previous topic about making our or like coding setup less spammy, that we have had plenty of complaints about our email setup for MusicBrainz users being spammy. I don't know if this is also a situation that other projects are still struggling with. Like I don't know, for example, how BookBrainz notifies users of changes and whatnot.
Currently, not at all.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's very not spammy. That part is good at least.
No.
Anyway, I was reminded also that I actually have some bare bones SQL implementation of insight notification databases, well, tables. That, I mean, I don't know how old the last mention of this topic was. I think it's pretty old. We used to have a lot of talk about this many years ago. Then it actually got dropped 5 years, or are you lifting your hand, Rob? 6 years. Okay. So basically, since then, there hasn't been a lot. So basically, I have a basic implementation of SQL, but I would be happy for people to take a quick look at. It's actually in a pull request, so I'll share that in IRC. Let me see. Obviously, it's only the SQL, so nothing has been actually implemented to actually notify anything yet. But basically, the general idea was double. One is how can we make it so that people get spammed less with emails? So for example, right now, if you enter an artist credit change, which will, well, an artist name change, and you change 60 artist credits connected to that, and someone votes no on all your changes, you're literally going to get 60 emails in one go saying someone voted against your edit. So how can we make this less painful? I know Michael had something for that. So maybe Michael can mention what he had in mind, and then we can debate how that sounds.
Yeah, I was working on some ticket recently where instead of when someone votes against an edit, it sends out an email immediately, right as the vote happens. Instead, we have ModBot handle that. So this actually assumes we run ModBot more often. I was thinking like every 15 minutes or so, and then it could batch all of the votes together and see this person is getting 100 no vote emails. Let's send them a summary instead. And that was the basic idea.
Okay, so I would like to basically figure out if anyone has problems with that idea, because it seems sensible to me. Katko wanted to say something, so not yet.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah. Hi. I just have to unmute. I mean, I think that Bitmap's idea is really good. Also important also that the actual text in the mail. Someone has voted against your. That's very, actually explain, not just plain HTML, maybe a little nicer formatting, like super mega CSS and stuff like that.
Your thinking is too negative.
Not that nicer, described, sort of like explaining links to style guides and why people do this, and best how to best answer and argue your case. Explain to them, why are you getting this email in the first place? Because someone has voted, and therefore we were telling you this so that you can argue your case. Maybe they've made a mistake. All of that stuff. Yes.
Yeah, so that's actually another related situation that I think we really should work in, even if we are batching the things. So I know Bob had some suggestions recently for how to make our communication more user-friendly. I know Freso often has opinions on these too. So I would like to hear, I mean, like, as an aside, as in addition to what Katko suggested, like if you have any other ideas about the best way to make things as user-friendly and nice and less scary, because I think it's a real point that we have had issues where some users have even just rage quit, or more like shame quitted probably, when getting no votes, because they just feel like, well, I made effort for this, it was all pointless and everyone hates me, and you know, it's just not a nice feeling for a lot of people in the way we have worked now, and we've had this for many years now, so it would be really nice to improve on that this year. So if maybe we can have a discussion about this in IRC, because it feels like those examples are easier to have in writing. But yeah, so about the general situation, I think Bitmap's idea sounds good. Does anyone think that we have any notifications that are so time-based that we cannot wait 15 minutes to get them to a user? In that case, I think, Michael, I think everyone kind of, okay, let's hear it back.
Just, there's not only email, there's also on-site notification in the banner of the website. So it's not a problem if the email comes 15 minutes later, since if you are working, if you are able to react immediately, it's because you are already on the website, so you will have the notification anyway.
Yeah, that is a fair point. That's also something that I wanted to think about. If we actually implement the notifications in a more explanatory way than just that one banner, then I would expect those would have less of a delay as well. So those would actually, yeah, like basically, as you said, if you're already on MusicBrainz, then you will find out easily. And if you're not in MusicBrainz, you're probably not going to care about the 15 minutes difference. Fresso and then Katpes?
So it's also, we made it so if an edit has doesn't have any votes, and someone puts in a no vote, that extends the expiration of the edit. So I don't think that time is like those 15 minutes are not gonna matter when they are granted an extra 48 hours to react to it. If it already had 2 no votes already, they already had their chance to react to it. So yeah.
Yeah, I think we only notify them on the first no vote anyway. So I mean, the edit note would arrive, but still, yeah, like I think you're right about that. Katpes?
Yes. Hello, having HAD. I totally forgot what it was I wanted to say because I listened to Professor. No, but it was a part a part of yes. Sites which have both emails and on-site notifications often have preferences where you can say, I want emails for this, I want on-site notifications for this. Yes, no, you have to pick one of them, or you can pick both of them. So I expect that people will do this. And then when you choose to get both of these, you will expect that you will get emails for things you've already seen on the website, notifications. Yeah.
So one comment I have about that as well specifically is that I think we should have a limit to some things that we should always email about. I think no votes might actually be one of those. Like, especially because, you know, eventually your edit is just gonna fail. If you don't come into MusicBrainz, you're not gonna find out. So we might want to delay that email possibly, but we will want to still notify the user at least once a day, like, you had some no votes, please come to MusicBrainz and check it out, if they haven't done so yet. And
that's okay, a good technology. You have some no votes, please come to MusicBrainz to check it out. That's a very good way of wording, very good wording. I like it.
And basically another situation that we thought about is if someone hasn't checked their notifications at all in X amount of time, we could also send them a summary email. I think I discussed this with Michael months ago, so I'm reciting from memory. But like basically, even if they have set to only receive notifications, we could consider either always doing it or having a preference of send me an email after X time if I haven't been here. But like, I don't know. I mean, this notification system is probably not coming super soon, but I am hoping that it's gonna come before the next summit in at least some way. I have like at least there is 3 different kinds of notifications planned. One is Modbot kind of notifications. One is user messaging of some sort, and the third is thanks. I'm hoping that at least the most trivial of those, so thanks and possibly Modbot, you have an edit note or something, go check it, can be available before the next summit. I'm not making any promises, but I would really like this to happen, unless people hate the idea for some reason. Okay, I'm hearing no hate for the idea, so I'll continue trying to work on that. So yeah, if people who know a bit more about schemas can take a look at the schema design in the IRC request at some point. It doesn't have to be today, obviously, then that would be nice. But other than that, I think we can move on right now. And basically, the results of this seem to be Michael's idea of packaging emails in 15-minute chunks seems good. We eventually want to have preferences for emails versus notifications. and notifications, and we should reward the that you have had a no vote email to be more friendly to the user and less scary. Am I forgetting something important? Does anyone have any last comments about this?
Hello?
Speak.
Yes, we see you.
Well, I don't know that. Preferences for if you want batches of emails or not. I think
yeah.
that's it's a good idea to make that default, but to be able to turn that off in case you want 70 emails instead, if you want that.
Once a day or something.
This is this is something that I guess it would depend on how the implementation by Michael would be. If the implementation makes it easy, then I think it would make sense to give people the option to choose.
Yeah.
To have a digest per hour, per day, or to just get everything whenever. I suspect that implementation, if I remember correctly, implementation does require actually processing. Things are processed every 15 minutes, so you cannot get it faster than that. Is the implementation idea, right?
That's going to be problematic when you have like a conversation, because I've had this thing where I get email, I reply, and then I close the thing. They reply right away, and I can go back in instead of, because if I get that email 15 minutes later, I might be somewhere else.
Yes, so that's true, but that's why Ivan said that. Well, right now we still have a banner that says new edits have been added. So as soon as you navigate to a different MusicBrainz page, you should see the banner on top. Banners are very easy to ignore, but it's there. Eventually, if we have actual notifications that are a bit more visible than the banner, then I think that will also make it easier. But basically, I seem to remember that Bitmaps, Michael's idea wasn't only so that there would be less issues with email spam, but there was a specific technical reason behind it as well. Do I remember correctly, Michael?
Oh yes, there was one issue where, in order to safely, I guess, send out or apply the no vote and send out the email, so that they're within the same transaction, so you don't have like an email go out saying you got a no vote, but the transaction failed and there is no vote. So in order to do that safely, we have to lock the entire vote table, I believe, and it's a very heavy lock, and I think it's the cause of some deadlocks which people have open tickets for. So if we were able to move that into Modbot, it would remove the need for that lock.
So the idea of that being that it would solve several internal server error problems that people are getting at random while voting. Ivan, did you still want to comment, or did Michael cover what?
Just adding that there are other improvements that we can make to the banner in the website, because currently it's updated if you load a new page, but with React we know we can have a specific endpoint to inform the user about recent change. It happens very often that a user is editing a page for a long time because he has to gather to verify or to retrieve data for editing the page, and it can stay open for 1 hour or sometimes even longer. So I think this is something that will improve and probably replace checking emails for most editors.
Yeah, so I think that's a really good point, because this is something that we could look into how to implement already. Well, not now, but in the sense that if we add notifications with like a notification bell or whatever standard social media website kind of way, we're going to anyway want to have this continuous update, right? We don't want to wait until people load a page. So if we can already figure out how to do this for the current banner, that's certainly going to prove useful later on as well.
Lucifer?
Yeah, so we have this using WebSockets and ListenBrainz. If two people are updating the playlist at the same time, we update we broadcast the changes in real time using WebSockets. That might be something to look at, but on MusicBrainz scales, it could definitely be more difficult to implement because of the load and open connections, etc.
Oh, I'm not sure if I followed everything Ivan said earlier correctly. So Kat was saying that they understood that we wanted to have a notification of someone is editing this entity. I'm not sure if that's what Ivan actually said, but if it's not what Ivan actually said, that actually sounds like an interesting thing to have as well, because we have seen clashes sometimes where we have had, for example, two different users editing the same release, and in the end ended up with two sets of relationships because they entered the data a bit differently at the same time, things like that. So that actually would be an interesting feature to have as well once we have these sort of React issues. Actually, a really funny situation that came into the IRC like earlier this week, where two different users literally added the same release at the exact same minute, like a new release, literally on the six. I mean, I've had it before, like, you know, I'm finishing editing a release and I see someone else has added it, but this was literally two edits adding the same release by two different editors at the same hour and minute, which was like, okay, I guess we're big now. Anyway,
gotta add the seconds now.
I think I'm done with this topic. So the only thing we have left is future roadmaps. Okay, Kat was want to make a comment first.
Especially if you are an auto editor and someone who is not an auto editor comes and edits something and then you edit on top of them, what will happen is you will cause their edits to fail. And that, you know, that's really sucky for someone who's...
Yeah, I've had that happen. It's really not nice. So that's true. Like, it would be really nice to have at least notification, like someone has entered edits to this entity in the meantime. Please check that you are not re-entering the same edits, even if you're not an auto editor, but especially if you are. Good point. I'm gonna propose, we only have one topic left, but it's a big one because it's future roadmap for every project. So I'm gonna propose we have a short break of 5-10 minutes for everyone to just get a quick rest, and then we look into this last topic. Okay, so let's do that. Let's appear back here in, yeah, something like 5 to 10 minutes, and let's continue with the last topic. See you.
trying to find a link to the discussion we had about in the chat logs about on the meeting we had about the editors with no confirmed email being removed, where we also talked about users who have email as name.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, Michael took a look, like Bitmap took a look, and there were a few thousand. And I mean, I think we could, if we want to, we could actually message those.
Yep.
That's actually a decision we can take in the next dev meeting, I think, whether we feel it's better to try to talk to them about it, or whether we feel it's too spammy to write to very, very old accounts, and we would rather just get rid.
Yes, because I want the chat log edit a link, so I can leave an edit note onto the Gira ticket that's relevant to this.
Yes, I'll find it and post it to you.
Okay.
I think there were actually a lot more accounts that had emails as their names than 1,000. What the query I ran was how many accounts have emails, and then another account has the same email as their name,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Yeah, so like that actually kind of would suggest that those should be removed anyway, I guess, because the user obviously has already registered a second account for those specific cases.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll try to find this chat log and send it to you, CatQuest. And let's give everyone a couple more minutes to reappear, and then we can continue with the last subtopic.
So did Zaz actually give a presentation? Because I saw his like mysterious presentation with audio, without audio. Like, am I missing something?
Not at all. I was just demoing some graph I'm using on daily basis. So yeah, if there are people interested in this, we can talk about that later.
Well, yesterday you also collected some stats about bandwidth and so forth that I thought were impressive, and I thought you were going to give those, hit us with those today, because I think the rest of the team might know about them as well.
Yeah, sure. Let's see. We do next topic, and we see after hour.
I would actually suggest to start with that then, if Sas is okay with that, because the last one, yes, because the last topic is future roadmap, so it seems like a really good closing topic.
Yeah, I agree.
So just a quick presentation, okay?
It has all the pretty colors that you were showing earlier. I think that's good.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like it's designed to like take mushrooms too or something, but
let me find where it is.
I think we all know that that's not Zad's drug of choice.
Oh, it doesn't appear up. Okay. So here we go. So we have graph about most of our websites here for MusicBrainz, which include the website and the web service. We have ListenBrainz, CriticBrainz, Cover Archive, etc. So let's see for MusicBrainz. That's the number of gateway response per 2 minutes. So at the moment, for example, we are answering like 46,000 requests per 2 minutes as 200 for many clients. And we have the detail for almost everything. Every HTTP code is there. So we can have a lot of details about all the request timing. For example, we can find here the mean header time per upstream, which means how much time do we need the gateway to get a started fun answer from a backend server. So for example, we see we have mainly 2 ports there, 3 with the search, and it takes like 25 milliseconds to get an answer for the MusicBrainz web service at the moment. So we have a lot of different kind of statistics, it can be alert. Just to continue on this, that's the actual traffic from the gateways to the world. For example, at the moment, we saw about 8 megabytes second from Kiki, and that's more or less constant above the year. So it means a lot of traffic. If we look at this graph, we can see that in last 24 hours, over all the networks, over all the machines which are for them, for whose we collect stats. There are few machines outside that, but basically we transmit and receive terabytes of data each day. So to handle that, we have something like 30 terabytes of disk storage, 1.5 terabytes of RAM, and 250 CPU cores. So you see, we are driving a quite huge machine, in fact. About stats, we have stats about Solar. Solar Cloud is our main search server. We are using at the moment 5 instances as backend. Each of them is handling around 31 operations second, but is mainly search requests. So we handle a total of 150 operations second. We have a, well, that's psychedelic. We have graph about everything. So recently I was working on a new metric system because we are currently using InfluxDB along Telegraph. I'm trying at the moment Prometheus with what they call node exporter, and basically the thing which is collecting metrics about the machines. And this week I started to test Victoria Matrix, which is a bit more performant than Prometheus and almost 100% compatible as far as I understand. So yes, let me see you, for example, this. We try to maintain the load of all machines under a certain level to have some room, some space to handle peak of activity. At the moment, we have a problem, for example, with this server because it is using a lot of resources for a small time in the day. But we have servers which are much more flat over the day, so much better usually to have this. Fancy, isn't it? And node exporter, I was talking about just right now, is collecting information about every physical node, possibly virtual nodes. Not the case yet, but because it's still a bit experimental. But for example, I select this server. I can see immediately that it has a very low load CPU-wise. So we could push some stuff on this. And we find every information about the network status of this server, the number, the traffic in packet and in bytes, the number of TCP requests or sockets it used at one moment, for example, like this, with details. And you have the same thing with the storage, where we can see the evolution of the storage in terms of size, but also the latency of each drive. And we have few additional drives. It's still experimental, but it's about temperature of different sensors, but the mess is, for example, this one is incredibly hot. I don't know yet if it is a bug or not, but basically, usually it looks like this. You see. And for example, you see this is following the load exactly. So yeah, new tools. We collect a lot of information from that over a long time. That's something which is very interesting. For example, let me show you this. We have things like this. For example, a graph of the number of entities created from solar point of view over each day, and we can see the progress over a long period of time. For example, let's say 2 years or something like that. 2 years is 2 days is too small. Sorry, 2 years. And it's very interesting because we collect also this, which is, for example, show the number of editors increase slowly, but that's not it's very significant. We have a release group, for example, to last year, something like that. So yeah, it's pretty complex. That's it. Any question or whatever?
Ivan?
Thank you. Another is from all the data you got about the impressive computation power we have to serve MetaBrainz projects. Would it be possible to compute an estimate of the energy consumption?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, it depends on having a recent kernel and recent machine. So new machine we are renting now at Elsner collect information about the use power in watt or the current use at one moment or thing like that. So so that's a yes and a no. Not yet, but soon we will have information about electric consumption over the time for each service. Monkey, I think.
Nope, not me. But also thank you, because man, that is my personal hell to manage all of this. So thanks, I don't have to do it. Yay.
Yeah, the colors are very nice, but it seems terrifying. So
I'm offended that accounting isn't your personal hell, Monkey.
yes, pretty much. Pretty much.
Now that's the rating for the quality of the job, like on Douillet, it's 5 A's.
So Lucifer has said that they are having issues and will be back in a moment. So I guess we can wait for them for a moment and then do the last future roadmap presentations. Not that I don't think the MusicBrainz team has talked directly about future roadmap in the last few days, but I'm sure we can come with something, meaning I'm sure Michael can come up with something.
Thanks everybody for managing 2 full days on Zoom, getting through to the end. I think it was a really good and productive, weekend. One thing that came to mind this afternoon, so I realized that I never went back after the summit last year and reread any of the notes and addressed them in any way. Sort of went back to see if we did stuff that we said we would talk about, make sure we had tickets or something created. So just a general comment, maybe I'll try harder this year and make sure that at least some of the things that I was directly involved with, I will make sure that they turn into tickets and, you know, start getting addressed in ways that are visible to everyone.
So yeah, I actually wanted to ask about that. Like, do we want to have any specific person looking through the recordings or something and trying to note down anything that's missing from the notes and then pushing people a bit on it? Like, can you add a ticket for this or that? Or do we just trust that each team will take a look and take care of it?
I think each team should do it. We have a list of the topics. We can see if something makes sense. If it doesn't, we can go back and take a look into it.
Okay.
Also, replying to Elastic's earlier comment, I think we can put up in the topic for the next meeting to follow up whether we have turned the notes into tickets or not.
One thing I would suggest is to try to put, if anyone can, I can try myself tomorrow if I remember, if not someone remind me, is to quickly go through the videos and try to put a timestamp for each block into the notes document, so at least each team can go there and actually check their relevant sections or something. Ivan D'Empresso?
Yeah, 2 suggestions for the slides presentation. If you can export them to PDF, because I saw Michael was using OpenOffice and someone else, maybe Reo was using a Google presentation. So if we can have PDF, so everyone outside MetaBrainz can read them. And the other, if you review the notes for a specific topic, maybe add a note that it has been reviewed by you. So we know there have already been 2 reviews. Maybe it's not necessary to spend more times. Thanks. And also, last thing, thanks to Bob Swift and CatQuest to be there. And I hope the next in-person meetings, we will have more community members outside of contractors.
And York as well, who good job on you 3, because we all get paid for being part of this team, but you three being there it's very nice to see.
Young as well.
Fresa?
Yeah, I was just going to. I just wanted to say that I was planning on skimming through the YouTube and putting timestamps for the YouTube description, because that will also make the YouTube videos end up into segments. And I also need to look through yesterday's video as well to do something for Rob. So I will be looking through and trying to note down timestamps, and then it should just be a copy paste job to put them to the document.
Awesome. So I'll let you do this then. I remember that there was an issue with the YouTube audio yesterday. So how much of the YouTube recording was affected?
Uh, Rob, mm, I think most of Rob's initial state of the union was
No great
was
loss.
was missing, and I think I coded sometime before the end of that. And then there was a slight issue where I had a technical issue with Zoom on my end after one of the breaks, where I restarted Zoom. But I think you had all started talking a bit, but that's maybe a minute or two that's going to be lost there. So I'd say the
Okay,
the
perfect.
vast majority of yesterday should be available. I
Okay,
think.
really good. So I think then it shouldn't be a problem to go through the stuff and leave some notes. And I mean, if we need some notes about the state of the brains things, then well, hopefully at least that we know anyway, so we can improve the notes ourselves, since that's not new topics that came up in discussion. So that seems useful. Is Lucifer around now? Yeah, I see. Okay, then let's maybe start the last section with the future roadmap. So I don't remember the order we did for the state of the brains, but I guess we can try to do the same. Is that on the list here? Schedule. Okay, so first one is MetaBrainz, but maybe we can actually leave that for last because it encompasses everything. So let's do MusicBrainz first. Michael, are you willing to talk about this?
Sure. I think you mentioned earlier we don't have anything formal written down, but I could mention a few things that are on my roadmap at least. Two things I think we mentioned over the last couple of days was I want to finish the event art archive support. I was hoping to deploy the new indexer by the end of the year. So we have event art support there, and then hopefully add support for uploading event artwork from MusicBrainz by the end of the year, but we'll see about that. And I do want to get the DB Mirror 2 changes tested a lot more, and hopefully prepare the changes for the schema change and whatnot. And I think the other big things were mainly finishing converting the relationship editors to React, because our conversion of the full entity editing pages depends on that, because they embed the relationship editor. Other than that, was there anything I'm missing that you can remember, Rio or Ivan?
Well, I mean, I
Yes.
guess, yeah. Okay, Ivan, you can.
So okay, I did pass two links on the IRC channel in the main goals. It's not next features, but the large goals we had and we still have. It's to finish React. You already mentioned it. It's the schema change from the past years. We have extended attributes for entities and alternate track lists, alternate release. Oh, so, yeah. And
Yes.
there are other big features that were not mentioned on these documents, but still came true. Like we had collaborators for collection last year, so we can expect more things than what is written there. And the current goals that are written as priorities might take more than 1 year to complete. And
Yeah, so
on my personal roadmap, there is the spam stuff, definitely, and the entities attributes as well.
So yeah, my personal roadmap other than that is, yeah, other than finishing the React conversion as much as we can, which hopefully it's completely, but as usual, no promises. I mentioned a bit earlier, I would really want to look into more communities things. So that's why I've been looking into specifically things like notifications and things like that, and specifically thanks, because I think that's useful for making the community feel like a community. But also, like in the plans is also to keep supporting, for example, Fresso's needs on an ongoing basis, which I think we've gotten a lot better at. And it's really making it a lot easier to be on top of the problems that we are seeing, which are, you know, we have seen anything from, yeah, like tons of spam accounts just to rate someone, to people using zero width joiners, to fake being a deleted editor. So, you know, all sorts of small things that can be improved and will make a big difference, I feel. Anything else about MusicBrainz, or anyone has any very specific questions about MusicBrainz? Actually, yeah, of course.
Yeah, so I'm working on the design revamp for MusicBrainz. So hopefully by the end of the year, we'll get started with the homepage. So like the homepage is, the mock is ready. So the integration will start in like the upcoming weeks, and we'll see how that goes along. So yeah, so looking forward to that also. That will be dependent on the feedback we get from the community as well. So it won't be hurried. So that's why I was taking things like on a mock base, and then we'll see how the integration goes and how things are moving along. I do see some questions. Yeah, Karthik.
Not a question to add to the MusicBrainz roadmap.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I think it's on my roadmap and on MusicBrainz as well to upgrade CERT to a new SQL Alchemy version and to Python 3.
Yeah, thank you. And also to mention the URL editing will likely be improved by Jung, because I don't see him stopping anytime. So it's good news. But if he was online, he will be able to say his personal project. Thanks, Beto.
Okay, I think we are more or less done with MusicBrainz right now. So the next one in the list is CritiqueBrainz. I'm not sure if we have any particular plans for this right now, but I'm sure Karthik does. So
I think I certainly think we need to close up all of the pull requests, which are there. In terms of new features, probably the focus should be the continuation of what we discussed. Was it last summit, or was it during a team meeting last year, where we decided that CritiqueBrainz is good for reviews, but we should focus on reviews in other Brainzes rather than CritiqueBrainz as the main entry point. So we have mini reviews in ListenBrainz, which is great. I know, Rio, that I have a pending pull request which you want to be able to show reviews in MusicBrainz, which is probably one of the things that we should really start looking up. Nico is miming reviews for BookBrainz, which sounds interesting. And that sounds more like a new big feature that we need a dedicated developer for, but yeah, who knows?
Maybe just starting to talk about how that would work, I guess, more than implementing it, at least preparing a roadmap.
Yeah, I think Alastair summed it up pretty much. One of the things in the very short term we would be working on is getting mini reviews ready and deployed on ListenBrainz. Yeah, nothing much about it.
So I think that sounds sensible, and I'm certainly looking forward to work with Alastair into further implementing of CB stuff into MusicBrainz. So just hit us up whenever you're ready to look into that. So the next topic is BookBrainz.
Right. So let me pull up that same presentation that I gave yesterday. 1 second. Yeah, here it is. Right. So there's really good work that's been done on author credits, which is one of the crucial pieces that are missing in the schema right now. Now with the series entity that have been added, I think that's the last big chunk of schema changes that are required for now. We also have had the API deployed and in a test environment for the longest time, for at least a year, and I've been improving little things on it here and there and testing it, and I think it should be about ready to be actually properly deployed. I'm scared, but that's going to have to happen. And one of the other big chunks is being able to have importers for other book catalogs, because contrarily to the music industry, librarians have known how to do this shit for a long time. And so there are many resources that have good quality metadata that we can build upon, including Bookcogs, which is Discogs for books that closed last year. And I know a bunch of users are waiting for that feature. And as we talked about briefly, it would be really nice to have book covers in the book cover archive, I guess. That would be a really nice goal to hit this coming year. Let me close this. And I think that's it for BookBrainz this year. It's hopefully that would conclude the list of tick boxes for what they call the minimum viable product, and not 2 years late at all. And so I guess we just keep moving from there.
So that actually sounds quite exciting to me, especially given that you have to focus on so many different things, that we are still in a good direction with this. So thanks. And yeah, as we talked, if you need some help from the MusicBrainz team to review some things or anything like that, then obviously we have MusicBrainz as our priority, but we can always find some time, I'm sure, to look into some BookBrainz stuff.
I almost forgot to add that one of our previous contributors and GSOC participants, Prabal, who came by briefly yesterday, has started working on another big feature, which is notifications. So both notifications on the website and email notifications, which is also a big thing that I don't know if it's exactly minimum viable product, but it does sound like it to me, being able to know that things have changed and you need to review and all of that. So that's also been started.
Yeah, I would expect that at least either on the website or by email, having a way of knowing this is pretty important. So that sounds really good to me. Okay, any comments about BookBrainz? If not, we can move to AcousticBrainz.
BookBrainz cover art.
Yeah, so we are really hoping that once the event art archive is in, that will, well, that already gives us a more diverse, like we have more experience adding different kinds of cover art and extending it. So I think it will make it easier to get to the BookBrainz one as well. But yeah, because that also depends on the Internet Archive creating containers, and we have to work with them on that. So we cannot just promise anything because it depends on them as well. But I mean, I think Michael will have more experience and more ability to help with this as well. So hopefully. Alistair, can you do AB? No, Alistair can go out. Okay, now.
Yeah, just escaping right at last moment. The AcousticBrainz to-do list is basically the open pull requests. The things that I would like to see done this year. So that includes getting dumps out of the way and available for people to use, including the discussions that we had yesterday about small dumps of keys and BPMs and stuff like that. Migration to Python 3, which is something that Kartik has already started. Integration of last year's summer code project for using scikit-learn to train models. The other old summer code project, which is the integration of the MusicBrainz database into AcousticBrainz for metadata joining, which I also mentioned yesterday. And the other comment that we started to talk about today about migrating the data in the AcousticBrainz database onto disk, the JSON data files, and minimizing the size of the AcousticBrainz database. As for whether I think we'll get all of them done before the next summit, unsure, but I would certainly like to make an attempt at doing so.
Okay, so AcousticBrainz is gonna try to make an attempt to possibly get all the pull request stuff done. That sounds like a good start.
Without opening any more, yeah.
That sounds like a good start of the beginning of the origin of the situation. Thanks.
Thanks for putting it so succinctly.
We have community next. Presso.
I don't have a specific roadmap per se, but some of the things I would like to revisit in the not too distant future, which may be in the coming year, but may also be in the coming 2 years, we'll see, is obviously a lot more technical integration between the different sites, which is not really something I can work on, but I can push people and say, hey, what's going on with this, which I'm trying to do. And another thing is I would like to, as I mentioned yesterday, like to look into I forgot what the program is called, but like it's similar to GSOC, but it's not GSOC.
Outreachy.
Exactly, that one. And also we have some, like our code of conduct could use, we've had some additions to it in the last couple of years, but I think it could do with a good looking over and update, and I know there are some people in the community that are also asking for this, so that is also something that is on my radar. And then there's the spam issues, which we're also kind of waiting for some tools and waiting for some things, but I definitely think that the way things are looking now, especially with the spam use account flag, from the user end of things, spam should appear to be much less of an issue by the time of next summit. Yeah, I think that's about it.
Okay, I think Rob wanted to mention something about the outreach. I think I expect it's about an idea that was brought up on IRC recently about how we could actually have our own mentorship program with blackjack and probably not hookers.
Yeah, more or less it's by the right summary. Hookers and blow. Sorry. No, more realistically speaking, outreachy is kind of how I feel about it. It's I don't know. It starts off with like forking over $5,500, and that just seems like a lot, especially given that the GSOC has also changed and adapted what students get paid based on countries and so forth. I honestly think we could do a lot better if we just manage our own sort of situation. But let's not really get into that right now. But before forging too far ahead, I think Fesso, you and I should actually have a bit of a chat about that.
Okay, so I think that's it for community right now. So the next and last before the MetaBrainz presentation, unless I'm forgetting something, is ListenBrainz. I don't know who's taking that. Oh, yeah.
I'll take it. So
did someone want to say something in between? Sorry, I heard someone else say something.
Yeah, I wanted to suggest that we could do a short roadmap from Zas on the monitoring stuff and one from me and Akshat on the Android app before MetaBrainz.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Good idea.
Oh yeah, and Picard, although I mean, we already had a lot of Picard talk about what's coming, but there might be more still on the roadmap. So yeah, we can do those quickly after ListenBrainz.
Let's see if we can get them all done in 15 minutes. All right. One of the core things that I'm very much wanting to do right now in ListenBrainz is tie up a lot of loose ends. We have a lot of things released, some things working, but the workflows for actually discovering new music still are missing a lot of mostly bells and whistles and just little niceties. So that's going to be an ongoing task that Monkey and I are going to be focusing on. Obviously the music-based MBID mapping work is going to have to continue. There's a lot more work to be done on that. We're going to be releasing HuSound, and HuSound has a long list of we could ... which always says like there's a bunch of data work that needs to be done underneath that. So we sort of be doing that at some point. We would like to do an end of the year report similar to what Spotify does. And I think come about November 1st, we need to get off our ducks and actually work on that so we can hopefully release that near December 1 to sort of be in step with Spotify. That'd be very nice. I'm hoping also very soon, and this is my broken record spiel, to get back to doing some recommendations, in particular in Troy. All of these bits and pieces are more or less in place, just need to be tied together and start doing some things and hammering out things like release radar and so forth. Not terribly difficult stuff to do. In general, we need to be working on our social features a bit more. We've nailed quite a few of them, but on the roadmap, without having looked at it, there's going to be more sort of features that also kind of fit in line with working out the usability and music discovery flows. Also, then being able to recommend tracks and send them to other users is a key function that Monkey wants to have. So that resonates very much with me. As far as the recommendations are concerned, there's something that I find to be rather exciting, because so when we do a recommendation right now with the collaborative filtering, what happens is that we can pull in all the user data and their listening histories and so forth. But at the end of the day, when the algorithm comes out, it says like, okay, let me recommend stuff. And right now, recommending, well, by default, recommending is the entire universe of everything that exists. So it's too large. So what we really need to do is we need to actually constrain that into something that's more realistic, that the user might be interested in listening to, that's not completely out of left field. Right now, we call that concept candidate sets. And these candidate sets are reliant on the top artists and the similar artists, The civil artist data that we have is just something I cobbled together just so we had something to work with, and it's not very good, but it's better than nothing. So we need to improve that. And then the candidate sets I find to be an entire, it's a whole ball of wax, basically. But the possibility is there that this could be a user contributed kind of setup where users could say, it's like, okay, I'm going to curate a punk set, right? A punk candidate set. And that could be used as a recommendation engine, and then people could upload that. And ultimately, what I'm hoping to do is to be able to say, as people are building these candidate sets that get recommended into, that people could say, it's like, oh, for the next week, please use these candidate sets when recommending things for me. And where I could say, it's like, yeah, I want the 90s trip up down tempo, and then with some 80s stuff and some of this. So that acoustic Brainz style, we have more collaborative working on data sets that then could feed into the recommendations that could hopefully really kind of open up something that the world hasn't seen when it comes to recommendations yet, because most of us know recommendations either from Amazon or from Spotify, and they're just given to us. They're in a complete opaque box. There's nothing we can tweak. We can't look inside the box. We take it or leave it. We're working very hard to have a little bit more transparency in the box, besides just having the code, but also then be able to get people a little bit more interested in participating in the process, because there's a lot of people that have very negative feelings about recommendations right now. If we can actually make recommendations a community project, I think that could be really interesting for us. That more or less covers ListenBrainz. Rio, you have a question?
Yes, well, I had a request, which is that we have had, the ListenBrainz team knows that, but we keep having issues with users wanting to be renamed. So if I know that there's something in progress, but I would really be thankful if at the latest by the end of this year, we could have a way to offer people the possibility to rename their MusicBrainz account and their ListenBrainz account in one go, or at least to have an admin service for me, so I could go to ListenBrainz and rename them from there. If it's, that might be easier than doing it automatically. But just having something like that.
This is now at the top of my ListenBrainz to-do list. So
okay. It also seems like that is the sort of thing that Lucifer could do before going to sleep.
Hey, I mean, if he's offering.
He didn't offer, but I'm just being snarky.
So
I would like to add to Rob's list. So I'm personally most interested in using acoustic Brainz data in ListenBrainz. I think collaborative printing does a good or okay job, but I'm really more interested in seeing how acoustic Brainz data gets used in ListenBrainz. Other than that, I think the yearly roundup, which we are planning to do this year, that's something really interesting.
So, Rob, do you want to answer anything to this, or should we continue, or how are we doing?
I don't see any questions. So any questions?
Okay.
Otherwise, we'll move on. Onward.
Okay, so what can go next? Akshat and Kartik wanted to talk about the Android app?
Yeah, sure. So one of the things we did this year was making the app available on Android as well. It used to be available, but wasn't updated regularly. Now it's updated regularly when we publish to Play Store. I think one of the things on the roadmap is getting the CI working again. Currently, the CI pipeline is broken. The tests always fail when running on the CI. Other than that, Akshat is working on some front-end stuff.
Yeah, I think I was working on the migration towards Jetpack Compose, which makes it easier to declarative code, and that's a good addition as well. But I think we suppress that for now because our current architecture is good. And I do feel that if we want to bring in more users to get to know MusicBrainz and all our relevant projects, I think the app is really good because I've personally seen a lot of my friends use the app, and we had like amazing reviews from them. A lot of them got involved with the project in that way. So I do see good things coming up, and I maybe not now, but maybe next year we could think about how the apps could be more involved, and we could like maybe like the iOS app or anything, because as of now the state is that if we want to prioritize it, it can be done. Until like before this, as I've seen on the forums, there were a few things which weren't like a part of our thing, and they were an issue. But now I can confirm that if given a priority, we can, maybe like have an iOS app and maybe fix major issues on the app as well. So it's just a time of priority, and I think we can look into it next year. Things are going great in the app.
Thanks.
Thank you for your efforts on that. The app has never looked better.
So we had a possibility of Picard people mentioning if you have anything else that you haven't shown yet, although given how much you have shown, I don't know if there's anything left. But if you still have anything else planned in the roadmap, then...
For Picard? No, not really, but I could speak shortly about the whole infrastructure for the next year, because it will be fast.
Yes,
can I go about that? Just few.
Yes, yes, go for it.
Basically, the infrastructure is pretty good, low cost. We renew machines on a regular basis. We renew systems. We deploy and rationalize different services. So that's more or less the goal this year, upgrading all the infrastructure to match our current and future needs. We have much more experience now with Docker, Consul, and all these tools. We are now seeing where are the weaknesses and where are the strengths. So yeah, it's more about consolidating the whole infrastructure. That is, and yeah, that's it for that. We have few things. There's something we should think about is perhaps the migration to sorry. So yes, IPv6. The thing is, we are using a lot of services relying on IPv4 address at the moment. There's a long history and many reasons for it like this, but should we start to think about moving away from IPv4? What do you think about that?
Probably not exactly a question to ask with about 2 minutes left in the summit.
Alastair has a can of worms. I have it.
Can we discuss this as a part of next meeting or the meeting after that?
Yeah, I think
it's I think it's a good idea. Like, people who know about these things, please think about it, and let's have a discussion either on the 25th of October, was it? Yeah, or if not that, then the week after that. Any other questions about the administration side of things from anyone? If not, I think we are only left with Rob and the state of the foundation, effectively.
Right now, so there is likely going to be happening something this year, possibly, that many of you have not really heard about. And in a way, might be tipping our hands a little bit on, on the public internet talking about this. But Rio knows the situation. There's this group, ISNI, with ISNI IDs, and they basically have a really shit infrastructure and a strict governance model, and they don't have money to actually work with us to get ISNIs that they assign into MusicBrainz. They basically just expect us to do this for free. To do this and to give them data for free and do the possible conflict resolution, all the hacking, all of that, it's all on us. And they are basically getting people from the industry to basically contact me or Rio or our board members to hassle us into doing this, right? And these guys are just a bag of dicks, right? They're just really not nice people. So we have a plan for them. And what we may really do, I think Corey seems really kind of gung-ho about this, is to actually create a GoFundMe campaign. Oh, woe is me, poor tech company doesn't have enough money to get its job done. Help us raise funds to get this poor company funds so they can actually get their job done. Which is really, obviously the goal is not to raise money, but it's to just absolutely publicly shame them. It's the new version of sending Amazon a cake. This isn't particularly nice, but they've been dicks to us. So the board, myself, Rio, we're all running out of patience with this, and we'd like to actually put this to bed at some point. So that might come, might not come. Don't know. It's hard to say. We're still all dealing with it, but it's now a board matter and lots of back and forth. Other things that are more grounded sorts of things are relevant in the MusicBrainz world. We need to spend a little bit of time improving how our Stripe integration is working and see if we can actually de-emphasize PayPal. PayPal is just terrible. I hate working with them. And it's really time for them to be gone because Stripe provides everything that PayPal provides. And, we'll keep PayPal until all of our recurring donations are gone, but it's just time to get rid of them. 20 years of their abuse is enough. Finally, before I get to that, one of the things is, again, you may have heard me talk about hiring people or potentially not hiring people, because right now we have very much a very good tight-knit field of a team, and I'm very concerned about hiring more people and sort of killing that. We may have a little bit more money in the bank. We also want to pay some raises, so all of this is really kind of iffy, but I think Monkey raised a good point. Brainz is not getting enough love, and we definitely are short on JavaScript programmers. So I think sometime in the first half of next year, this is something I might be looking at, hiring a JavaScript programmer out of the community and putting them on Brainz and helping with some other things as well. That would be really nice. I think, especially if Monkey's managing that person, then I think that's a management, we can manage that without being overloaded. So I think that could be very useful. No promises. It really depends on a couple of new customers coming in, then we can make that happen. As of right now, it's just too early to say. We'll have to see. Besides, we just hired Akshat, so we're still onboarding him, so we got more stuff to do. And then a couple of years ago, I wrote a paper. I'm going to put the link in chat, and because I absolutely hate the music industry, and I shouldn't really necessarily be much of a secret, and they're just not really nice. They really just steal all the money, and money just doesn't get to the artists, and I'm really, really pissed off by that. And I think MetaBrainz is actually in a really good position to help sort of reboot the music industry, or not reboot, but just build a parallel music industry that just connects fans, artists, and curators, and it just leaves the entire music industry out of the picture, just like completely out. So I linked the paper. There's some of the things in there will be like, oh yeah, we have that now. These are not future things. I haven't updated this paper, but this is something that as like 5 years ago, Alistair and I kind of talked about how, wouldn't it be nice to do Echo Nest type things? Wouldn't it be nice to do Last FM type things? And we're doing those now, right? And I think now we're looking at this possibility for, we could build a global distributed streaming service that's pan silos, post silo, and all this other shit. with just like basically using open source principles. That's not necessarily a task for MetaBrainz, but maybe that's a task for me personally, maybe with the help of MetaBrainz. If you guys could read the paper and have a look at it, I'd love feedback. I wish for us to continue making significant positive changes to this world. I think we've done significant positive changes in this world in the last 20 years, and the world may not necessarily be giving us credit for what we're doing, but when you look at the list of supporters who are using our data on a daily basis and are relying on it, that's a non-trivial accomplishment, especially when you consider that we have a team of 10 going on 20,000 doing this, right? It's, you know, everybody should, you know, go pat yourself on the back, but we've been doing phenomenal work. We're outpacing large companies in the things that we're producing because we have a tight-knit team, because we are looking out for each other, and we care for each other to do the right thing, and everybody wants to move things in the right direction. It's pretty fantastic, I think. Kartik, something to add?
Yeah, just a small comment regarding the Stripe integration. I have been working on it. It's functional, but I have not tested it yet. So I'll try to do that soon.
Cool.
Plus, I checked, and it also supports recurring donations. So yeah, we can get rid of PayPal without losing any functionality.
Cool.
So the way we test this is by Kartik sending MetaBrainz a lot of money until it works, right?
Well, you know, whatever tests need to be done, if you actually send any money to do a real test, tack it onto your invoice. Not a problem there. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, Stripe provides test cards for this purpose, so no need to send any money to anyone.
All right, cool. Do we have anything else to talk about, or should I just sort of close things?
I think we're done, and I mean it's getting late and people are probably tired, so I think we can stop this. And maybe if anyone wants to stay and play a bit afterwards, not too long though, then we can do that too.
Sounds good to me. I wanted to thank everybody for your time.
Can we talk about genres? Can we talk about genres right now?
Yes, we can.
They're in done.
I hear it's a tradition to talk about genres at the summits, so.
Yes,
well, I'm actually very pleased to announce that Monkey and I tried to eat lunch today, and there were no napkins.
We have them now.
Napkins or genres.
Anyways, talking about old past behaviors. Again, I said this last year, and I'm going to say it again this year. It's really lovely to actually have a summit where we have a chance of implementing the things that we're talking about, because we now have multiple people that are doing things, and you know, we may actually look back on the notes from last year's summit and say like, wow, we didn't really do that much, but we did do a lot of things. And I look at the summit not necessarily as a concrete to-do list, but as this is kind of where we should go, so that the team has a general idea as far as what the focus should be, and this kind of resolves the issue of like, hey, what's next, Rob? Right? Like, we all kind of have a list of what the things that we should be working on. May not be ironclad, may not be perfect. You know, we have like other things like, hey, let's do Hue Sound in a week, that sort of stuff. That's fine, right? You got to remember that we're building things for ourselves. We want to use these things that we're building. We want to use Picard. We want to use MusicBrainz. We want to use the app, right? And that's what makes us successful, I think, because in the grand scheme of things, we don't have marketing people saying, you got to push this, you got to get these numbers by blah, 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 blah. We don't have anybody doing that, right? And, you know, the incredible luxury that our team has of saying, like, hey, this feature isn't done. Sorry, we said we're going to ship it today, but we're not shipping it. We're going to go ship it in 2 weeks' time, right? Like, that's a luxury that a lot of people don't have. Right. And I've had plenty of other jobs where, you know, the shit was developed and the engineering team did it against all odds, you know, very tight knit team working really hard against, you know, like just bullshit deadlines. And then the management comes in and says, yeah, hey, nice job finishing that, but like, it's obsolete. We're flushing it down. Start with something new that's half baked. Go. That hasn't happened in 20 years. It's really nice. So that's enough. I want to say thank you to every single one of you. Thank you for hanging in here for really long times, especially for the people that had to get up early, Bob and Bitmap. And the people that are way up past their bedtime in China and India, thank you for your attention. It's much appreciated. And all the slackers in Spain can run off and go get some food now. Thank you, everyone. I'll leave the Zoom running. Will somebody please turn off the lights when you're done? But as I'm one of the people in Spain, I'm going to go find some food. Bye. Thank you. Thank you, Rio, for running the show. Much appreciated. Thank you.
No preps.
It was really nice to see everyone's faces again.
Yay!
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Listen.
I'm
We'll
gonna
share chocolates next time.
I'm gonna end the stream now. So thank you for anyone watching this now in the future on YouTube for sticking with us, and yeah, feel free to come by our forums at community.metabrainz.org or ISC. You can find the links to ISC. We are in hashtag MetaBrainz and MusicBrainz and BookBrainz on the Libera chat network.
Hit the subscribe button, hit that bell.
Exactly, smash that bell. And thank you for watching, and take care.